Hi, all of you who are following us online. I would like to welcome you to this annual Health World Conference, Designing the New Health Care Landscape, Spotting the Unexpected. That's the title, and this is a conference under the auspices of the Ministry of Health, SAVE, EDEC Europe, FPM, and SFE. It's the 19th year that we are conducting this conference. It's one of the most valid conference on policy of health in Greece and abroad. Health World is a valid forum for exchange of views between the various bodies involved in health and contributing to the policy formation in this field. The pandemic has revealed many virtues and weaknesses of a health system that managed to deal with the crisis at the beginning as much as it could. And of course, it had to cover any gaps at that point, but also for the future, for a second wave. Today, we're not going to talk about the health system in relation to the coronavirus. We want to have a sustainable health system that will be able to continuously deal with the needs of citizens and to respond to unexpected situations like the one we are having now, COVID-19. So we're here to exchange views. This is the best platform, Health World. And in this international conference, we'll have many guests. We have representatives of the of politics, of the economy. We want to discuss and draw useful conclusions and some consensus on proposals. We want to revisit policies under the auspices of the development of technology, new economic data, and we want to make sure that we have a health system that is sustainable and durable. And at this point, I would like to thank all the speakers from the business, health, political, and economic community. I would also like to thank the president and members of the Pharmaceutical Companies Committee, Mr. Papaxiarchis, and all the other speakers, but also the president of the Medical Devices and Diagnostics Committee for their contribution. I would also like to thank Professor Kyriopoulos for his scientific contribution to drawing up this conference program. He won't be able to be with us for personal reasons. The Chamber would also like to thank the sponsors of the conference for their continuous support. And finally, we have our platinum sponsor, Johnson Johnson, Janssen Gilek, our golden sponsors, AstraZeneca, Bishop Myers Squibb, G Healthcare, Medtronic Advisors, and the silver sponsor, Abbott, CSN Genesis, Pharma, Gillard, GlaxoSmithKline, NSC, Novartis, Roche, and Sanofi. Finally, I would like to thank Antenna, Sampe, BNB, Capital, CNN, Iatronet, OnMed, and all the telecommunications sponsors. And Data and ID communication sponsors are also thanked for their contribution to this conference. Finally, I would like to thank Mrs. Georgioglu, my associate and project manager, as well as all the staff that contributed to this year's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a hybrid conference. We have physical presence. Because of the protocol, we have less speakers in physical presence, but also we have some virtual speakers. For that reason, I would like to ask the speakers and coordinators to keep to their times. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for being here virtually or physically. This is another conference of our chamber. I wish that we can have a good discussion. And I now call to the floor Mr. Nicholas Bagatzelos, President of the American Hellenic Chamber, for his address.
Thank you. Commissioner, Your Excellency the Ambassador, Minister, honorable speakers, representatives of the academia, distinguished in your fields, both in Greece and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is with great joy that I welcome you to the 19th Annual Health World Conference, held for the first time in hybrid form, with very few present participants and many participating remotely through their computers, thus observing the measures of social distancing. In Health World 2020, we will try to jointly plan with the assistance of the specialists a new landscape, a new roadmap for the healthcare system, a new health system that will be able to respond to the needs of the citizens, a health system that will have overcome the historic gaps and deficiencies of the past, and will have marked the steps that must be made in an eventual future health crisis, so as not to be found again hands down, and thus to be able to respond and support the Greek citizens that were found in a very difficult position of being patients, or all of us that are testing our tolerance and forces daily. 7 months have gone by since the World Health Organization declared the pandemic of COVID-19. And although knowledge continuously is enriched, circumstances change as well as strategies. It is obvious that we are dealing with an invisible enemy that constantly mutates. Something that is a virus that is far more dangerous, 5 times more dangerous than that of the flu. So, although the first months, the great compliance, the measures taken, and the compliance of citizens waged a very successful first fight, unfortunately, we haven't won the war yet. The virus has come here, coronavirus, and tested our readiness, our tolerance, but yet is here to stay. So we must all deal with it, having as our weapons science, collective and individual responsibility, and collective effort. We have all witnessed the effects of the pandemic, but not only on the health aspect, but also the fields of the economy, entrepreneurship, the market, and the societal life at large. Our goal, therefore, in this conference, more than any time before, is presenting and exchanging various well-documented views that will lead us closer to tracing the appropriate health policy we so much need. Health policy placing the emphasis on the first degree care, healthcare. We'll try to set the priorities so as to best protect the population. This extremely strenuous crisis must lead us to re-examining in great frankness and attentiveness of the effectiveness of the existing mechanisms and the creating of new ones whenever that is needed. Before the onset of the pandemic, the World Health community had already to expand its resources so as to deal with global challenges. Public health has always been and is importantly sub-financed. Perhaps now resources are even more limited than ever. The pandemic, however, makes us take important initiatives through restructuring of the national health system and make us set priorities to investments and the introduction of innovation. We were greatly affected and we were perplexed with today's conference, not only with regard to the subjects, but also the topic that were to be held, but also with regard to organizational issues. Nevertheless, at such a conjuncture where everything has changed, where COVID has become the buzzword of our daily life, our chamber should also be heard. The members of the business community should unite with the voices of scientists, of specialists, of political leadership, and make it sound clear, loud and clear from this tribune. Ladies and gentlemen, we are challenged. We must plan our future steps. We must make decisions for the common good on the basis of protecting public health and access to the appropriate treatments, regardless of any other criteria. Therefore, we must be responsible and must project and be prepared for the unexpected. Therefore, I invite you all to a very productive debate on this flagrant issue of the coronavirus with a view to shaping specific proposals so for the current difficult conjuncture to become an opportunity for tracing an integrated health policy to the benefit of the patient and the sustainability of a national health system, an integrated national health system. I'm extremely glad for the fact that the conference is open to the audience, and I encourage you to take actively part, sending your comments and questions. I thank you for your presence, either physical or virtual, and I hope and I wish the best success for the deliberations. And now I invite the president of the Pharmaceutical Committee of our chamber, Mr. Makis Papataxiarchis.
Thank you, President, Ambassador, Minister, Commissioner. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank all of you for your presence here today. I would like to set the backdrop of this conference. I will you build on what the previous speaker has already said. This recent crisis, we were taken by surprise in the Western world. This was horizontal, this was holistic, it was a disaster, and it was a national issue mainly. In Greece, initially, we were very successful. We were almost a model, but this was not expected because, during the economic crisis, life expectancy projections were going downwards, and it was good that we were so quick to respond. Otherwise, we would have had a social, economic, and moral crisis. However, this crisis has made the state readier to deal with crisis and prospects. Health and safety have become the top priority, especially for the elderly. And the image of Greece inside the country and abroad has changed. We have managed to redetermine values that characterize us: family, patriotism, volunteerism, innovation, Greek philotimo, the readiness to do things for others. We were in front of a need to make a coalition, to have a partnership between the private and public sector. It is true that none of the systems managed to diagnose and deal with the upcoming threat in the best way possible. This pandemic showed that world rhetorics were inefficient. We have an inefficient global agenda on health safety. Even before this crisis, the health community had to improve its resources in order to deal with challenges. Indeed, the president said before that public health is sub-financed, and right now resources will be even more scarcer than before. And this is true because the pandemics will make us articulate what is most important, give priority to investment. As a society, we will have to redeploy our forces in order to protect our population. This painful crisis is going to make us revisit honestly and very carefully the degree of protection, and we have to make sure that mechanisms remain efficient and that we create new mechanisms. The healthcare system, despite any complexities and difficulties, has to go forward and look into the future to have a public health which is able to deal with this crisis and have a national health system that is efficient. We have to make interventions in public health, and these have to be systematic. We have to have a radical reorganization of the system because it was based on the 70s and 80s. What was the model back then? Hospitals were the center. This is a good thing. However, the system is very much centered on the hospitals, and there is no providence for primary health. We have to make changes. We have digital technology now. We have to be rational. We have high specification. All these things can be used. The coronavirus crisis has shown that primary health needs to be taken care of. We have to put emphasis on it and go beyond the logics of the past. We have to take this opportunity, this crisis, as an opportunity. We have specialists all over the world who speak about a race until the end. We will have to see who will make it until the end of this race. We have to see if we will have adequate drugs. And we have so many bodies and companies that are striving to find a vaccine. Pharmaceutical companies all over the world and in Greece have joined forces in order to accelerate processes and develop an efficient and safe vaccine without making any reductions in safety. We have to have good value for our patients and our economies. The value of vaccines has become obvious to people because of this recent crisis. The global community has been hoping that pharmaceutical companies will find a vaccine. So, at a global level, this vaccine is something expected. Despite what was happening in the past, people did not believe in vaccines. So the value of vaccines as a shield for people and for public health has become obvious. So it's important to have more resources. We think that in Greece, it had always been an important need to find more specialized resources, more funds. Now we have it. We have global that will give this money for prevention and for vaccines, especially if you take into consideration the rates of people being vaccinated in Greece. The use of digital tools, for instance, e-prescriptions, were a leap forward. This social distancing need has made it possible. Another important thing in pharmaceutical policy is the legislative act that was voted upon yesterday in Parliament. This will give 25% more money to innovation for the next 2 years. This is an important step forward. The same goes for generic drugs and patented drugs. This goes back to the 1st of July. It will have a retroactive validity, and this is an answer to all those who speak against businesses, against entrepreneurship as part of planning. It shows that important decisions have to be taken. And now we have this 90-10. If and when these rates are not valid anymore, this has been shown. It's true that this crisis has shown the need and the value of immediate access to innovation. Accessibility of innovation is important, and the technologies that are available are there for that. We have the Clinical Evaluation Committee, which does not do a good work. And we have, on the other hand, the Negotiations Committee, which has found its base. It's important to use these mechanisms in order to promote equality and social justice. We have to have common rules, a common playing field, and transparent transactions. We have to have a single payer health security. And in this way, we will have a comprehensive, sustainable, and predictable environment for the pharmaceutical industry. This will increase employment. This will give incentives for growth and a more outward-looking entrepreneurship in Greece. This will be the Bible for a modern pharmaceutical policy. Allow me to make a last remark. This long period of restrictive policies will be an attrition war. And you know, we very recently found out that the decision-making mechanisms are now very tired, let's say. There is a fatigue there. And sometimes this is obvious when statements are made. They are controversial. They are ambiguous. This does not allow us to build trust between the state and the citizens. This is unacceptable, given that this response to the pandemics has actually allowed the Greek citizens to have some trust to the Greek state. And this new relationship was reinforced and has to be and has to stay like that. It has to be protected and it has to become stronger. That's why we're here today. Thank you very much. I now call Theodoros Liakopoulos, President of the Medical Devices and Diagnostics Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Makis. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Madam Minister, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you also to our conference. As a representative of the Committee of Medical Equipment and Diagnostics of our chamber, I would like to point out that our sector was also at the center of this pandemic. It is a fact that the medical devices sector was challenged to assist the health system that was rife with problems and deficiencies after the long crisis of the MOUs. We continued assisting and supporting our hospitals. Next to the medical personnel, we offered machinery, devices, and services without putting in danger, threatening the health of patients and working staff. All the members of the AmCham made great donations of devices and equipment of the intensive care units and the pharmaceuticals, and all those donations were put in very good use by the government, happily. And I say happily because these donations were also made in the past, but unfortunately the various governments either would not accept those donations or would just leave things in some storage rooms, or did not really estimate and appreciate the great positive impact they would have. During those crises, as all the previous speakers have said, we have achieved a lot of things all together, jointly together. But to my view, I consider one of the most important things the government attained to do was the partnership of private initiative and the public sector, something that we have been asking for years from this tribune, this conference, and only happened really this time. That is, the public and private partnership now was very effective, very quick, was made swiftly with real deeds and less words, exactly as it was demanded, so as to bring about this success so much needed. Therefore, it is now our obligation to plan and immediately implement a modern health system that will be based on that partnership and will have as main leverage the development of modern technology by upgrading health services offered to the citizens. In this conference, we will be presenting our proposals for the preparation of the day after. We will support and we will speak about the development of technology in upgrading the health system, something which I believe we are ready to do both as an industry and the government, judging from the movements that it has to do in the future. I will not dwell on the matter because we will have the opportunity to elaborate the subject, but let me conclude with a dictum, whatever we have drawn from this pandemic. And this is that some public goods and services are not an issue of cost-benefit analysis, but are precious and necessary goods for the health of all of us. Thank you.
Only thank Mr. Yiannopoulos,
President of the Committee of Medical Devices and Diagnostics of our chamber, and I will have the great joy and honor to invite through a video the Commissioner or in the European Commission, Madam Stella Kyriakidi, who is in charge of health and food safety of the European Commission. We thank her for this message she sent that we will have the joy to follow right now.
Dear Minister Kikilias, Agapite Vassili, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kyrias και κύριοι Synedri, it is with great pleasure today to be addressing the 19th Health World 2020 conference held in Athens in challenging times. Over the last 6 months, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world. It has redesigned the way we live our lives, our social and working conditions, and forced us to rethink the way we manage and protect public health and deliver care and treatment. As you can imagine, for myself, as European Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, it has added a particular layer of urgency in terms of all our priorities to reinforce our health systems and ensure better conditions for our citizens. It is no surprise, therefore, that this year's Health World Conference is focusing on the new healthcare landscape post-COVID-19. I regret that owing to the ongoing pandemic, I'm unable to join you in person. COVID-19 is the public health crisis we all feared, yet the scale and speed at which it took hold and spread is something of an unprecedented magnitude. Above all, the pandemic is highlighting every day the need for more effective mechanisms to manage cross-border health threats at European level. It has exposed structural weaknesses in our health systems and supply chains, and lack of investment into crisis management and preparedness. It has also underlined the importance of a coordinated approach at European level, that we need more Europe in the area of public health. Recognizing the limitations to the EU's current mandate, where the member states have all the competence at national level. From the outset, the European Commission has collaborated with all key players to ensure a coherent approach between member states and open up bottlenecks. I have been working very closely with health ministers, including my good friend, Minister Kikilias, who I warmly thank for his sincere cooperation and support. We have worked closely with the pharmaceutical industry, stakeholders from across the health spectrum, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, the European Medicines Agency, trade partners, and international organizations. This collective effort has enabled EU member states to access vital medical supplies and respond more effectively to the crisis. It has put Europe at the front of the international response, and where others are waving the flags of nationalism, we are leading global efforts to find a safe and effective vaccine, ensuring, once found, that it can be universally deployed and be accessible to all. This is a European Union that we can all be proud to belong to. COVID-19 has taught us many lessons. It has accelerated work in many areas, for example, on digital health, and it has underlined where a new approach is necessary. Later this year, I will present a new pharmaceutical strategy to support a sustainable long-term future for this important sector, while also increasing accessibility and addressing shortages. We will work on a European health data space to empower European citizens to make full use of digital health possibilities, safe in the knowledge their data is protected and correctly used. And we will invest more in health at European level through a new EU for Health program to reinforce our response to crisis and support member states to build more resilient health systems. Together, we can certainly redesign the new landscape of healthcare for the benefit of our citizens and the world. With these few words, I wish you a successful conference and hope that we can be together next year.
I'd like to thank the Commissioner for her message, and I'd like to invite to the podium the Ambassador of the United States to Greece to testify.
Kalimera. Deputy Minister Rapti, Minister Kakelias, who will be with us virtually before too long, colleagues and friends, I am very happy to be back at this year's Health World Conference, and I'm glad that the global pandemic did not prevent us from meeting again this year, even in this altered format. I want to particularly thank Nico, Elias, and all of our partners at AmCham for organizing this conference in strict conformance with the government's health and safety guidelines. I've said it many times before, but I want to start this morning by congratulating the Greek government for its response to the COVID-19 pandemic. All of us at the American Embassy here in Greece feel so grateful to have been here, and we have nothing but admiration for the way that Prime Minister Mitsotakis and his team have managed this global challenge. Before the first COVID-19 confirmed case in Greece, the government had established a plan of action and designated COVID-19 reference hospitals with extra beds and intensive care units. Before the first death in Greece, the government had canceled the carnival events and suspended schools. These early health and safety measures, made in coordination and with the advice of scientists and medical experts, saved lives and flattened the curve, preventing Greece's healthcare system from being overwhelmed. I want to give special thanks to my friend Minister Kakelias and the whole team at the Ministry of Health, and especially to all of the dedicated health professionals, the nurses, the doctors, orderlies, ambulance drivers, and all the rest at hospitals and health facilities across Greece who have cared for patients, including some of my own friends here in this country, under the most difficult of circumstances. I know that many of the American companies in the room today have been working around the clock to bolster Greece's healthcare system, participate in COVID-19 research and treatment, and strengthen Greece's response. Evharisto poli. I was also deeply impressed over these months to see how Greek society pulled together through the crisis. Embracing Prime Minister Mitsotakis' conviction about the importance of human life, the Greek people demonstrated compassion and resilience as they closed their businesses, respected lockdown measures, sought advice from medical experts, and organized the delivery of groceries and supplies to elderly and quarantined neighbors. Meanwhile, in one of the great silver linings of the past 7 months, Minister Perakakis and his team at the Ministry of Digital Governance launched an unprecedented, innovative, and successful drive to digitize government processes, such as making it possible for citizens to get prescriptions delivered to their mobile phones. These digital tools enabled citizens to complete more important transactions from the safety of their homes, setting a strong foundation for Greece's ongoing digital transformation. The global health crisis has strengthened and validated the partnership between our two countries as evidenced by the many American companies that have stepped up to help the Greek government and private sector respond to the pandemic. Major US tech companies like Google, Cisco, and Microsoft have been working with the Ministry of Education, Health, Tourism, and OED. At the same time, companies like Hewlett-Packard, Oracle, and many others have made donations to assist the Greek government response. I'm also very proud of the role that American technology and science is playing in helping to augment Greece's COVID-19 response. From the Apple alerts that were sent to all of our cell phones at the height of the pandemic, to Google's big data algorithms, which helped Greek authorities identify local hotspots and determine who should be tested at the country's borders. A California company, Palantir, helped Greece to build sophisticated data dashboards that have been key to government decision-making through the country's economic reopening. And Cisco has provided thousands of teachers and students with the ability to connect and learn virtually through the WebEx platform. Minister Kakelias and I have remained in close contact since the start of the pandemic, focusing on investment in Greece's healthcare sector and collaboration with the US private sector on research and testing to allow normal economic activity to resume. In May, our embassy helped facilitate the delivery of 200,000 COVID-19 antibody tests that the Ministry of Health purchased from Abbott Corporation. Abbott represents the very best of America's pharmaceutical and healthcare industries, and we've been working together to ensure that this world-class US medical technology is made available in Greece. I am confident that these tests have played an important role in helping to restart the Greek economy. I also want to acknowledge here Abbott's support and cooperation with the embassy and with the Ministry of Health following the terrible tragedy at the Moria Reception and Identification Center on Lesbos. Abbott worked closely with Minister Kakelias' team to facilitate the delivery of hundreds of thousands of additional rapid test kits that will help to prevent a larger COVID-19 outbreak on top of all of the other challenges on Lesbos right now. Greece's performance over the past several months has won praise from partners and media around the world, and the government has continued to make investments to strengthen the healthcare system, including increased staffing, ICU capacity, and social support. Until a vaccine is developed, this is our world. We must continue to act responsibly, to be flexible and responsive to the situation as it evolves, and we must continue to cooperate because we are all in this together. Looking ahead, I see several areas where the US government and private sector can work together with our Greek counterparts to increase investment and cooperation. First and foremost, the development of a COVID-19 vaccine is a top global priority. All across the United States, thousands of researchers and laboratories are working every day in our world-leading pharma industry and inside hundreds of academic and government labs to identify COVID-19 therapies and find a vaccine, including many leading AmCham companies like Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer. Minister Kakelias and I had the opportunity last month to meet with Pfizer's CEO, Albert Bourla, during his trip to Greece. We discussed together Pfizer's progress on clinical trials, as well as Pfizer's development of a new digital hub in Thessaloniki, which focuses on artificial intelligence and big data analytics. Pfizer hopes to increase its staff to 200 by this fall, taking advantage of Thessaloniki's and Greece's talented human capital. This is a great example of how American companies are recognizing the deep well of talent here in Greece and how we at the embassy continue to build on the legacy jointly with AmCham from the 2018 Thessaloniki International Fair. American researchers and global companies like Pfizer, AbbVie, and others are leading the charge. And I'm hopeful that their efforts will enable us to beat this virus soon so that we can take our full focus back to economic recovery. We at the embassy are working with our government partners to ensure that the economy recovers as quickly as possible. And we're committed, as part of that effort, to supporting increased research and development activity in Greece, which we see as a sustainable way to build the economy. I think it's notable that Greece was one of the few countries where Gilead Sciences chose to conduct clinical trials for remdesivir as one of the therapies for COVID-19. When I visited the AHEPA Reference Hospital in Thessaloniki this summer, I was so inspired to hear how scientists and doctors at that facility worked through the Greek Easter holiday to ensure that the results of those clinical trials were fed as quickly as possible into Gilead's global effort to fight the virus. So I welcome the news that the Greek government is continuing to expand opportunities for pharmaceutical companies to offset outstanding clawback obligations with research and development investments. This is very important to send a signal to investors in the health and technology sectors that Greece is truly supportive of innovation and research and development. American pharmaceutical companies are leaders in developing the latest innovative medicines to combat cancers and chronic diseases. Using the latest technologies in AI, big data analytics, and genetic research, they are creating next-generation antimicrobials, ameliorating Alzheimer's, and developing vaccines for the pandemic and other threats still unknown. U.S. pharma companies, through the Pharma Innovation Forum, are partnering with Greece to ensure that patients have access to the drugs and treatments they need. They stand ready to help Greece improve efficiencies in its healthcare system, to reduce costs and improve the quality of care. Through the U.S.-Greece Strategic Dialogue, and specifically our Trade and Investment Working Group on pharmaceutical issues, we've been able to foster dialogue between the pharmaceutical industry and the government to eliminate vaccines from clawbacks. We look forward to continued discussions between industry and government to ensure that innovative new medicines are no longer subject to a 25% entry fee, and that any clawback distribution will be fair and equitable. Lastly, I look forward to the continued digitization of healthcare services, which builds on the fantastic work that Minister Kakelias and Minister Perakakis have done through the pandemic. COVID-19 has reminded us of the critical importance of the healthcare sector and presented new opportunities to collaborate and innovate in an area where America leads the world. As these initiatives get underway, I'm confident that even more of America's industry-leading pharmaceutical and medical device companies will choose to expand their footprint in Greece's healthcare sector. The pandemic has reminded us that we are all in this together, and we'll get through this together with discipline, dedicated leadership, and the innovation that continues to drive the U.S.-Greece relationship to ever higher heights. Evharisto poli.
I would like to thank the ambassador, and it's always a nice opportunity to say how much grateful we feel for your kind contribution and support. Στο σημείο αυτό, επιτρέψτε μου
At this point,
να
allow
συνδεθούμε
me
με τον Υπουργό
to
Υγείας, τον κύριο Βασίλη
connect
Κικίλια, τον οποίο
to
ευχαριστούμε για τη
the
σύνδεση.
Minister of Health,
Το
Mr.
αρχικό
Vasilis
πλάνο ήταν ο
Kikilias.
κύριος Κικίλιας να είναι μαζί μας, αλλά για λόγους που μπορεί να
Mr.
εξηγήσει ο ίδιος,
Kikilias was
στη λογική
supposed
της
to be
απόλυτης
with us,
πρωτοπορίας,
but for reasons that he will himself explain, in the logic of pioneership, he can't be here with us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Papagastaxiarchis. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to be brief. I will try to be brief because, as you understand, developments in the field of the pandemics and public health are rapid. And you know, scientific data has actually forced us to take decisions on the basis of our consultants, scientific experts, and medical experts. So we are at this point where we have to make some decisions and take new measures for the region of Attica, some horizontal decisions for the operation, the function of the local society. For that reason, I have to be at the ministry and close to my associates in order for us to organize these measures in the best way possible. However, you are now giving me the opportunity through your conference to speak very briefly, laconically, I would say, about what has happened in the last few months that this pandemic is here with us, has been here with us. As regards medicines, we had a very heavy legislation, but we managed to remove to lift this 25% for 2 years. This is for new important drugs that make use of new technologies. So this is a huge step forward because you know that there are two levels of prices in the Eurozone. And if you compare it to that, you will see how much will reduce the price of drugs and how much we will be able to bring a regular rhythm in the market. Another huge achievement that the ambassador also mentioned is this Global Pack introduction for 2019 and 2020 with several millions of euros, which is a reward for all those who wanted to invest in research and development in our country or in human resources. This is important. This is a huge opportunity for big companies in this industry to come to Greece and invest. And this is also very important for public health because we will be able to have more budget for drugs. And now that we will have the vaccines in the budget, and we'll see what else will be in the budget, we will have more dynamics in the field. I'm in the pleasant position to announce something that we've already discussed, but now it's official. On the basis of the negotiations we've had for big categories of drugs this year, we will have a huge discounts for the new prices for drugs, the new code for public health and vaccines. After this rapid increase in Globak, now we will have an important decrease in the Globak. All these things together and the response we've managed to have as a ministry and as a country against COVID-19, the way we managed to deal with the crisis, organize our structures, and make public health the top priority, the way we managed to organize reference hospitals, have a full rebranding of healthcare. All these things were very important. You know that we created KVKP, which is Center for Emergencies. We have some other capabilities for our islands in order to be able to transfer patients from there during the summer period. We hired nurses and physicians. We will have permanent positions for staff positions for them very soon. You will hear very soon that new places will be open. We have managed to increase the ICUs. We doubled them. Even within the crisis, 1,200 ICUs, together with the staff that is needed and the funding that is needed, and together with the training that is needed. This will be offered by the Stavros Narcos Foundation. So this year, we managed to help our citizens. And I would like to thank you as well for that, because we managed to have a full rebranding of our country. People from abroad can see what Greece is and how we deal with things here. And in the last few months, in cooperation with your industry and the American Hellenic Chamber, we have managed to have this new generation of rapid tests that we've already used in Mytilene, in Moria. This will be used all over Greece. And this is a new opportunity to screen and distinguish between negative and positive tests. I could speak for hours. We have so many reforms. We have the PPPs, so many PPPs in the primary healthcare, in the healthcare. We started with COVID-19, and we will move on to systems and health networks that will include both the public and the private sector, the primary health sector, private practitioners, and other things like the gatekeeping possibility for hospitals, so that we can have a screening of those who need to go to the hospital. They have to go through the primary health sector first. So for us and for all countries in the world, things are difficult. We've seen this rapid increase in Northern Europe, in Western Europe, in Israel, and the Balkans. But we have some hopeful messages coming to us from your industry, mainly for vaccines, some breakthroughs. We are optimistic. We respect human life and public health, and our promise to you is that this two-way cooperation with your industry, with your field, is here to stay. It's a prospect for the future. We will maybe able to set the foundations in order for us to cooperate in the future and to make an environment that will facilitate your job, that will create new jobs, give new incentives for new dynamics in your field. Thank you very much for your kindness to invite me and allow me to open this conference. And let me say something about my past. Before becoming a doctor, and professor at the University of Athens. I was a basketball player, a professional basketball player. Basketball is a sport that I like, I love, and I think that sports is a way a way to have a team spirit, and this team spirit is also needed for a country. This is the way you have to deal with things when you have problems, and in this way we will be able to endure a little bit more in order to wait for this scientific breakthrough that will allow us to deal with this public health issue globally. I hope that we will be able to endure in the maximum way and finally come back to our regular life. Thank you very much.
Warmly thank the Minister, Mr. Kikilias, for his participation and his introductory greeting to our deliberations. And now we proceed with
with us. It's a pleasure to have Mr. Rifat Atoun, Professor of Global Health Systems from Harvard University, and Mr. Christos Lyonis, Professor of General Medicine and Healthcare from the Medical School of the Crete University. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Από μένα ήταν κλειστά και τα δύο. Έχει feedback, ναι. Ναι, έχει mute. Και δεν μας ακούει. You ready? Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Please open your microphone. No, you. Yes, your microphone.
Μας συγχωρείτε για λίγο. Έχουμε ένα μικρό πρόβλημα με την σύνδεσή μας.
Apologize for a brief while. There's a small problem with our connection. We hope that within a couple of minutes we will be able to connect with both professors. If you can please be patient. It's the first time we're in a hybrid conference, so these are problems that have to be dealt with. Thank you.
Yes, you can start. We are ready.
Ready? Great. Yes, but I cannot see my presentation. Great. Well, thank you very much indeed to AmCham for inviting me to speak at this conference. It's an immense privilege and an honor to contribute to the conference at this critically important moment. I have a short presentation, and which will take about 10 minutes. Then we'll have a discussions with my host and moderator, Professor Christos Lionis. So I was wondering if I could have my presentation. Thank you. So we're at really quite a critical moment in terms of health systems, and the focus of my presentation on innovation in health systems to transform health systems. Today, we have just under 30 million reported cases and just under 1 million deaths, but the numbers are continuing to increase at an accelerated pace. Next, please. But the consequences of COVID-19 are not just on health of the individuals that have been infected by COVID-19. The IMF estimated in June that the global GDP will fall by 5% in 2020. This was in June. These were revised from the projections in April, and the numbers are likely to be worse as we have double-digit declines being reported by many countries around the world, not least by the members of the European Union. And the consequences of the pandemic is on the economy is unemployment, poverty, food insecurity. People are calling for new social compact. There are new social attitudes to science with social polarization. So we are really being affected, not just in terms of health and economy, but also the social fabric of our societies and the security of our societies. Next, please. And how have health systems responded? Well, the system's response have been varied, but in many, it has been ineffective, highly inefficient, inadequate, and inflexible. Next, please. And as a result, so many people have died unnecessarily. But could this be predicted? Well, health systems have been in decline, and they were long in decline. And we knew that. I mean, this is a study we undertook and published in The Lancet in 2019. They looked at health systems management of hypertension, the commonest chronic condition, in 44 low and middle income countries. And the control levels, this is the care cascade from identifying individuals all the way to treatment control. In Latin America, control levels are 25%. But in the Middle East and Central Asia, in Southeast Asia, and in Sub-Saharan Africa, levels fall below 20%, even below 10%. So health systems are not even able to control adequately hypertension, the commonest condition. So it is not surprising, perhaps, that the response to COVID-19 has been ineffective, inefficient, inadequate, and inflexible in many settings. Next, please. But why is that? Next. Well, the first issue is that health systems face many innovation challenges. And the first challenge is the innovation misalignment. In an op-ed in 2017, I argued that there's a misalignment between what's happening in science and what's happening in health systems. Whereas we're seeing incredible scientific developments in delivery of innovations in medicines, diagnostics, health technologies, innovation and delivery in health systems has faltered. Next. And next. And next. So if you look at delivery of, go back please. So if you look at delivery of innovations, we have incredible technologies such as lab on a chip. We have now big data with machine learning, artificial intelligence. So we're transitioning from mass population health to highly targeted health interventions at individual level. But innovation in delivery hasn't changed that much. This is the oldest hospital in the world that is currently functioning, Hôtel Dieu de Paris. It was built in 651, 7th century. It's still functioning as a hospital. So when I said that innovation in delivery has been slow, I was not exaggerating. Next, please. In fact, if you look at the major interventions used to manage SARS coronavirus 2 in the COVID-19 pandemic, these date back to medieval times. So the compulsory quarantining, this goes back to Venice, around 14th century. Hand washing, social distancing, wearing of masks, these voluntary behavioral interventions, again, these go back to medieval times. So we've not progressed in the delivery of solutions. Technology has moved on, science has moved on, systems have not. Next. Is this important? Yes, because innovation is happening in parts of the system that are producing medicines, diagnostics, and health technologies. And the health expenditure for those range, this is an example from OECD, number of OECD countries, from 8 to 15%. If we add on to this expenditure of medical diagnostics, that's another 5 to 6%. So we're dealing with 15 to 20% of total health expenditure. This is where the innovation is happening. This is where all the discussions are about price reductions and about cost containment. But whereas with the health system, the delivery side, where bulk of the expenditure is 80 to 85%, there has not been much innovation. So we're not improving in the parts where it really matters. So there's an innovation misalignment. Next. Why is that? Well, the second reason is the policy misalignment. So on the one hand, we have industrial policies in many countries encouraging innovation. But health policies are designed on the whole to constrain innovation or adoption of innovations. And economic policies tend not to take into account the major contribution of health and health systems and health technologies to economies. So they discount health systems' contributions. So there's this misalignment between policies, no joined-up approach to investment in health systems. Next. But I think the third and most important innovation challenge is the institutional logic. We've been captured by broken systems. We're putting more and more into broken systems, expecting more to come out. And Albert Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. So we're going around in circles. But we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So we need to completely rethink. So what are the major transitions? As I said earlier, there's a major transition in science. So we're moving from mass population-based interventions to precision health in subpopulations, but also individuals with new biomarkers, new diagnostics, and highly targeted individualized interventions. This is quite a renaissance. But in transition, the second transition that needs to happen is transition in health financing and reward systems. So we need to transition from paying for structures and inputs or activities to paying for value. Next, please. And we need to develop value-based health systems. That requires investment in digital systems with real-time analytics, methodologies to better segment populations according to their risk of illness, but also propensity to use health systems. We need to bundle care. We need to focus on outcome-based payment models that reward performance. We need to integrate providers so there's continuum of care that is seamless. But very importantly, we need behavior change in behavior of payers, providers, but also users. So we need innovation to transform health systems. This is not a luxury. This is critical for economy, social cohesion, and security of countries. We need systems that are agile and responsive, and we need systems that are resilient to long-term shocks. Next. And how is this going to be done? Well, for this to happen, we need all of us to get together to think what are the major problems that need to be solved, an inclusive approach. We need partnerships, public sector, private sector, not-for-profit sector, universities, research institutions, users. We need platforms that are going to be used across all sectors. And very importantly, we need policies. And these need to be put in place in order to transform health systems to harness possibilities and to better prepare us now and for the future. So thank you very much for your attention.
Nene. Thank you very much for giving us such privilege in talking in this important conference. And I'd like to thank you very much the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and also the coordinator of this course, Professor Kyriopoulos. I feel very, very privileged in following Professor Atum, that I truly appreciate his important and challenging speech. I'm prepared in giving my short presentation of 5 minutes into Greek, that I'm turning now my language into Greek and kindly asking the host organizing committee in giving a few slides. Μπορείτε να μου ανεβάσετε τα slides σας, παρακαλώ. Μέσα σε αυτά τα πολύ λίγα λεπτά και στο πλαίσιο του καθηγητού Άτουμ, θα ήθελα πάρα πολύ να μιλήσω για κάτι που κάποιοι από τους...
Rifat Atoun said, I would like to speak about the things that we've been talking about in Greece and all over the world as a scientific community. Unfortunately, without consistency or any results. The term integration is one of the terms that has not found the recognition that it deserves. In Greece, we've found many ways to translate it. And a few years ago, in this international journal, we decided to formulate an action plan for chronic diseases. It is true that Greece and the Greek population are not very proud for the positions that the elderly 65 plus hold in the OECD reports regarding disabilities and comorbidities. So one of the many issues that these pandemics should actually make more prominent is the role of primary health and public health. Just before the Astana Declaration in 2018, a historical event, we had under the light of important messages we had through our communication with important colleagues in Greece and abroad, and through the networking that all of us preserve, we had taken the message that public health has to be interconnected with primary health. Public health and primary health have to be interconnected, and this is something that unfortunately has not happened yet in Greece. In this publication and this journal of the World Health Organization, the Public Health Panorama, we mentioned 1 year and a half before the pandemics many things about important fields that have to do with research and innovation, investment in heart disease, in obesity, chronic neurological and cardiovascular diseases, mental disease, smoking, and other issues that have to do with migration and other social issues. This is a report that stresses the importance of focusing on various segments of the population and speak about behavior, as Professor Atun mentioned. In the same context, we tried to create some proposals for public health policy. In 2019, we made a series of proposals to our political leadership. These are still valid. We spoke about an integrated primary health, and these proposals can be seen on this slide. They are still valid as proposals. They're there and have to be put to the table for discussion, especially now that the leadership of the Ministry of Health is discussing new reforms. So we want to have coordinated action for integrated care, as I said before, emphasis on the inclusion and integration of primary health and public health, and in information exchange, and of course, interdisciplinary cooperation. I don't have much time, so my last slide, there it is. I'll be over in a minute. So this last slide speaks about the 7 important priorities that we need to include in our policies for the new era. A new communications policy. We should focus on the health of our population. We have to have interdisciplinary cooperation for that. We have to come closer to young people. And this is why this communications policy has to focus on that and has to take a new form. We have to encourage younger people to change their behaviors. We have to see how we address young people, especially when we do that through the media. Today, we can also use local authorities in order to disseminate information and to allow people interpret this information, but also participate in the designing of public health services, and finally in the evaluation of these services. As I said, it is also important to have some programs to reduce vulnerability. Primary health and public health are important in this respect as well. Of course, we have to see what the dimensions of the pandemics are exactly and what the socio-psychological dimensions of this crisis are. And finally, let me finish by underlining the need for a substantial epidemiological study and research and have population and the need for population studies that will give us a global picture, because right now we only have fragmented data, and then rolling studies that have to do with the mobility of population in a more systematic way. Maybe this can be an extra tool in the hands of the political leadership. I would like to thank you once again. And my final slide is in order to thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
I'm ready.
But I think COVID-19 presents an incredible opportunity for transformation. But putting more into broken systems is not going to get us solutions. We need to really reward, value, and really unconstrained systems to innovate. In your view, what needs to happen in Greece to transition from historic budgets that reward the past and inputs into not-for-profit purpose structures to rewarding value? What needs to change? What are the constraints?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important and critical question. Certainly, you're talking about one country and one population, which just in 60s has been defined as one of the healthier population in Europe. I'm talking about the 7-country study and a report about Crete. And still, this population keeping not only values, but an important lifestyle, which just needed to be kept in protecting himself, even in that pandemic. Unfortunately, the health system, current health system, has not just focused on the proper way, on the primary care or the first level, and especially community-oriented care, in order just keeping all of these values and the heredity that the Greek system has received from the past. And the major constraint is still the system is fragmented, and that's the concept of health promotion, behavior change, lifestyle change has not a main common issues. And I'm afraid that that is an issue that has penetrated all the skeleton of the healthcare system. And that is one of the disadvantages of the existing primary care system. But also that is an issue that has not seriously has been undertaken by the tertiary education. That I'm thinking that both education and healthcare systems needed to be linked and discuss seriously the direction that a new lifestyle and a new health promotion system should be adapted.
So what you're saying is really the system is not a health system, but it's more of a disease system. It's a system designed to manage consequences of disease, as opposed to rewarding investments that maintain good health. And the challenge for not just Greece, but for Europe and most countries is that the population is aging. And that brings chronic disease, it brings multimorbidity, it brings physical and cognitive disability. And in the background, we have an economic crisis that's looming. So how are we going to sustain health systems if we still continue with the same mode of rewarding management of disease rather than focusing on health?
Yes, thank you very much. With a perfect approach already reflected the current situation that our system is more focused on disease and not to health. That is a key issue that has been discussed widely. Also, our system is not to focus at the moment as we expect it on the family. That means the family-oriented primary care. Since family still is the cornerstone from the Greek society, and that's a family, it's absent from any approach, and family is an important cornerstone in developing a new lifestyle, and that I'm supposing that a new changes that we have to discuss is mostly organizational changing and giving a more attention to health promotion and the family-oriented primary care. Secondly, is to residency program and vocational training in just turning not only to when we're discussing with the general practitioners, but on the primary care teams. This is an issue not only of the medical schools, but also of other health sciences. That I think that is double effect, organizational changes, structural changes on the system, together with enhancing and investing on training of primary care physicians and health personnel, and then also to students. I think that is a double route.
Yes, but I since I studied at medical school, I studied in England many years back. I won't say when, it will show my age, but it's many years back. Medical curricula have not changed. Many countries still use the 1910 Flexner curricula. But we're in a completely different age. Technology and science has moved on, but medical training, the organization structures have not. And so where's the innovation going to come from? On the one hand, we're seeing remarkable innovations on medical devices, on pharmaceuticals, on health technologies. But on the organizational structure or training, they're few, they're incremental, but they tend to protect the existing system. So where's the innovation going to come from?
It is also another critical question. Medical schools and in general universities and health sciences and at the moment have started in discussing a change in the curriculum. That is quite promising. Certainly there is plenty room for changing. This is still multidisciplinary training and also modern approaches, educational approaches have not just have been adapted. It's more based on lectures, skills-based training is not an issue, and behavior change is still and communication still just lacking issues in the modern curriculum. That means we have a lot of opportunities now to change, but still this discussion has penetrated many medical faculties and universities in Greece, and I hope in the next year, based on this pandemic, we just are having some progress.
But you mentioned also we need organizational change, and I strongly believe that we also need to change financing models to reward innovation, to reward performance. And also, we need to, very importantly, we need innovation to develop new service delivery models. So technology is there and is developing, but the solutions are not there. So what's getting in the way? I mean, I said that the institutional logic needs to change. We cannot continue to provide inputs to systems that were established centuries ago, that are not really relevant today. So where is the impetus going to come from for this innovation?
Yes, innovation in research, there is in many medical faculties, and we're very proud to see there is a major contribution. But still, we need it in translated in research findings into innovation, and still we need it in utilizing more the evidence and the findings from the research that already has been done by many strong faculties and groups. That still we needed a more intersectoral way in promoting innovation, and I think that such discussion already has been started. There is a lack of legislation and framework that will be given the opportunity, especially to research team working in the universities, in translating the findings and putting forward to the innovation. And we needed also more strong partnership between industry and the Greek research teams in promoting innovation. But the most important to me is the lacking of the proper and suitable legislative framework that will be facilitate the transformation of current research to innovation.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you. And for innovation to occur, and it is beyond invention, for innovation to happen, for these inventions to be translated into solutions, for them to be scaled up, to have population impact, they need to be used. So we need partnership, as I said earlier, partnership of universities and research institutions, the industry that develops these into solutions, but also the health system to enable their uptake and their translation into solutions. But this is not going to come just from Ministry of Health. This requires Ministry of Economy, this requires Ministry of Science and Technology, and very importantly, involvement of the Treasury, the Ministry of Finance, so that they see the health system as a source of investment that leads to returns, as opposed to a source of expenditure. How can we achieve this mindset change, not just in Greece, but also in Europe in general? Because health is seen as an expenditure item, as opposed to a critical component of the economy that is going to ensure sustainable economic growth and well-being of countries.
Yes, thank you very much. And you added by mentioning many ministries, and I'd like to add also a Ministry of Education that has a very critical role, since this ministry is supervising universities and the research into them. And I think that's only one word. We needed a more democratic, as I was saying, open, democratic structured dialogue between the ministries and also between the universities. Still, there is plenty room in developing this dialogue between industry and the universities. We needed a clear and very well-defined rules in promoting research. There is such ongoing discussion in the last years, but still we're quite far in developing innovation exactly in terms as in your country.
And why is that? Why have we, and I'm saying we, because I'm also European, why has it been so difficult to innovate in health systems? What is getting in the way? And let's be honest, what needs to change?
It is very, very difficult in giving a very quick response. Needed having a very deep understanding and analysis of the Greek societies. Greek society as based on Hegel approach. That means we needed to start it historically, studying and exploring the Greek society from the ancient times until today. We needed in utilizing the three Greek words that the great philosopher Hegel has used in his approach. Means the word of thesis, the second of antithesis, and the final word is synthesis. Thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. I think that's this triangle is a cornerstone from the Greek society in general. We needed having thesis means position from the universities, from the political parties. Certainly we needed it to seeking for the antithesis, the opposition. But finally, that's what we needed in Greece is a synthesis. We needed to overpass ourselves. We needed to just not stay in the position of one political party, but just started for the synthesis. We needed just not to be at the University of Crete, but started in wanted and discussing with the University of Athens. That means only with that we have chances. That means invited Athenians, Thebaians, Spartans, in just having their own thesis, but also just starting in discussing their synthesis. I think this is my personal view.
Right. So maybe to change institutional logic, we need three other words. So ethos, pathos, and logos.
Oh, fantastic.
Because innovation needs to happen. This is not a luxury. We cannot sit back. The population is aging. Europe in general, in Europe, not just in Greece. So we need to be able to adapt. And COVID-19, although very sadly it has huge adverse consequences for health, for the economy, and for the social well-being, it also provides an opportunity for change, for innovation, because it has shown to us that systems were not prepared. So many systems that we certainly in our teachings showed to be high-performing systems have not been able to respond with thousands of deaths. I mean, this is Europe. And they've not been able to adopt technologies that are available, even putting in place testing systems. So innovation is not a luxury, it has to happen. And COVID-19 provides an opportunity. So how can we use ethos, pathos, and logos to overcome resistance?
Extremely impressed by using another three important concepts and Greek words. Truly appreciate and endorse all that you're saying.
Yes. So what's the role of society in driving innovation? How can we harness sort of societal energy and inputs to transformation of health systems?
Yes, that is a key issue. We needed to thus say in society, not only the representatives of society. For instance, in pandemic, as I'm working in Crete and having the opportunity in meeting many people based on a population-based seroepidemiological study we understanding that people sometimes having or hesitate to keeping measures just because having a misconception and misunderstanding. I think that to move forward as society, we needed a very direct communication with them. We needed just to mobilizing all resources we have. That's utilizing all behavior-based induced theories. In Greece, that's personal communication. Our consulting is so very, very important. And that I'm thinking that another way is just introducing a model with just mobilizing so-called social networks and a social connection. That's connecting the people. I think this is a key issue for the Greek society. And then utilizing those resources, I think that we can achieve many. And even in this pandemic, Greeks is a fantastic population, but needed to talk directly in the way, in the language they communicate in. And this language, we just have affected many by cultural issues, and they needed to approach even locally, even regionally. Is not a centrally driven message. It's difficult to mobilize in the society as a whole. But I think this is one message that we have documented based on research in many settings in Greece.
So perhaps I mentioned that we need involvement of people, we need partnerships, we need platforms, we need policies. Perhaps the partnerships, it's not just the universities, the industry, and the health system. Perhaps a critical component ought to be people in creating an ecosystem that's going to demand innovation and drive innovation. Could we achieve that?
I think that is possible, independently of the difficulties that our system has already presented. I'm very optimistic that this period, this challenging period and painful period, will give us opportunity to move forward.
Well, they say never let a crisis go to waste. So this is an opportunity. So if you had a magic wand, where would you start? We heard the Minister of Health speak. Would you have an announcement by the Prime Minister or by the Minister of Economy or Minister of Finance that there's going to be this ecosystem created for innovation? What needs to happen, say, after this conference that brings together all the key stakeholders?
First of all, it is necessary to disseminate the message, as already I'm saying. And this is fantastic, the word you utilize in the ecosystem. And if a model or even an action plan will be discussed, I think it's necessary to be disseminated the message and discussed and find the key actors in the region. I'm afraid a little bit that many of the important issues are still isolated in the largest area of Athens. We needed all of this ecosystem to be examined, explored, and discussed in the Greek regions, and also identify the key actors, and identify the actors without any limitation, without thinking at the micro level, but just to define the personal voice of them. It is necessary to motivate the local people. We need to just in reducing the gap between the center and the region, utilizing as possible social, cultural, and behavior approaches.
Great, and I think we are out of time. It's been a great discussion with you. So we need the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, but we also need pathos, logos, and ethos to create this ecosystem for innovation to benefit everyone, not just in Greece, but actually worldwide, to transform health systems and innovate to ensure sustainability, economic growth, and sustainable development. So thank you again to the organizers for this incredible privilege to contribute to the conference.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We thank you, Professor Atoun, Professor Ioannis, for your excellent discussion, conversation, very enlightening to us. We appreciate your participation to this year's Health World Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break of 20-25 minutes, and we'll be back soon again for the continuation of our program. Thank you.
Αντίστοιχα με τα σχόλια, αφού τελειώσουν,
Let us resume after the half an hour light lunch break. And now we enter another session of great interest with international approaches. We refer to the COVID-19 management strategy in Greece and abroad. This would be moderated by Professor Kyriopoulos, whom I would like to replace, but definitely not substitute. I must say that Mr. Kyriopoulos is a cornerstone of this organization, of this conference. He could not attend, however, today. So the session will include two main speakers, and we will be expecting any queries you would like to raise. The speakers will be Natalie Moll, who is actually the Director General of the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations in Brussels, and Professor George Pavlakis. Allow me now to shift into English because they are both
Director General, European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations of Brussels, and George Pavlakis, Chief Human Retroviral Section, Vaccine Branch, Center for Cancer Research, National Cancer Institute, US.
Very well, thank you.
It's a great honor having you both to speak to the audience and to all people that they are virtually connected about the strategy and the management, the strategic management of COVID-19 in Greece and worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you this afternoon with the other distinguished speakers. Thank you for including EFPIA in this panel today. I'd just like to make sure that we have these slides also available. And I hope that you are hearing me until now, but otherwise I will also wish you again a very good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation to join this distinguished panel this afternoon on behalf of the innovative pharmaceutical industry at European level. Thank you very much. What I would like to do, if you could just go back one slide, what I would like to do this afternoon is just take you briefly through the way that we at European level have been managing the COVID-19 pandemic and make a relationship between how the management of COVID-19 is interacting with overall European policy on pharmaceuticals and what we can look forward in the future to. The first thing, of course, and if you go to the next slide, the very first thing that we had to do as an industry was make sure that we could be immediately operational on the ground. So we focused our response in three areas. First of all, supporting governments and healthcare systems immediately with any materials that we had available, for example, protective equipment for health workers that we may have had in our companies, as well as budgets and other ways of helping that the industry could do immediately on the ground. Then, of course, our entire efforts are devoted at the moment on researching, finding, developing, and eventually distributing treatments as well as vaccines and diagnostics related to COVID-19. And then at the same time ensuring the supply of medicines, not only the supply of COVID-19 related medicines, but of course of all medicines. As you will remember, at the very beginning of this crisis, there were a number of lockdowns in different countries, a number of measures were taken that meant that the supply of medicines was interrupted or had a risk of being interrupted. Borders were closed, workers couldn't cross, there were extremely long traffic jams in which our trucks of medicines could no longer move. And that was a very big challenge for a region like Europe that has 27 member states. As you know, no European member state is self-sufficient in the production and creation of medicines, and therefore we all rely on one another. We all rely on being able to move workers as well as ingredients and finished products across borders. So this was a very strong emergency. It was very impressive to see how quickly European institutions stepped in to be able to help with that emergency. But first of all, I'd like to just tell you on the next slide, take you through the commitments. So as an industry, we very quickly understood that we needed to be very public about our commitment to tackling the coronavirus pandemic. So on the very first day of April, we came out with our 11 commitments that you can see here that go all the way from ensuring the supply of medicines and support of member states, which I just mentioned, to putting everything in place that we have to look into the research of treatments, diagnostics, as well as vaccines, making sure that we can share the learnings from clinical trials in real time with governments and other companies to advance the development of new therapies, and coordinating with governments and diagnostic partners to increase COVID-19 testing capability and capacity. What was also important, in addition to providing the financial support and in-kind donations on the ground, was to make a very clear commitment that we will work with governments and healthcare systems to ensure that when a new treatment and vaccine or vaccines are approved, these are available and affordable. And it was very important to be able to communicate that very public early on. As I mentioned, the European institutions were fortunate in Europe because we are a collection of 27 member states that belong to a European Union. And when we faced the problems created by lockdowns, we had a European Union made up of the European Commission, the European Medicines Agency, and the European Council that were able to help unblock the many issues that we were facing as a region. So if you click on the next slide, I can show you a little bit how this setup was created. We had 3 different fora in which we communicated on a weekly basis. First of all, we had a weekly meeting with 3 European commissioners the Internal Market and Industry Commissioner, the Health and Food Safety Commissioner, who I understand addressed you today, as well as the Crisis Management Commissioner. And you can see there at the bottom the list of sectors that were together every week with these commissioners discussing everything, from the fact that we couldn't move the trucks, from the fact that we couldn't move workers, from perhaps export bans or other measures that member states had in place that made the supply of medicines and other materials difficult. We also had in the middle there a weekly call with the European Medicines Agency and all the heads of the medicines agencies to discuss about any possible shortages that might be caused by major events such as COVID-19, and make sure that we could see and discuss any regulatory flexibilities, anything that had to be addressed in order to avoid any shortages. And then more recently, or if you like, towards the month of May of this year, a monthly meeting on vaccines development took place that then led to the current discussions between European institutions and single manufacturers. And if you could just click on the next slide, and I don't expect you to read all of this in detail, but you can see very clearly how quickly that action took place. So in the green column on the left-hand side there, you can see the needs that were very quickly exemplified. So for example, on the 13th of March, at the very beginning of lockdown, the flow of goods and workers in the EU was a problem. That was a meeting on a Friday, and on the Monday, you can see the 16th of March just across on the other side, we had green corridor recommendations issued and applied by member states. So it meant that our trucks could move around and our workers could move around as well. We had a very big issue also in the area of clinical trials, not just COVID-19 clinical trials, but all clinical trials. When you have hospitals that are devoted to COVID-19 patients, you may have an interruption of clinical trials. And of course, that is a catastrophe if you think about the development of innovative products. You can't suddenly stop a clinical trial for 3 months. You'd have to start again. And so on the right-hand column, we work together with the European Medicines Agency, and they've issued a number of clinical trial guidances to make sure that the clinical trials could continue despite the pandemic in which we find ourselves. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but what I really wanted to exemplify here is the level of coordination, the ability to impact that we all have when we collaborate together. So when European institutions, national governments, and different elements such as industry can work together, we really can achieve incredible and important results like the ones that we achieved during the beginning of this pandemic. And hopefully that collaboration will not stop when COVID-19 finds a solution, if you like, but we will learn from it and we will be able to become more efficient also in many other aspects that we work on. What have been the implications of COVID-19 for Europe? There have been several. There are some challenges and some opportunities, as always, in these situations. The challenges, of course, today, but also after COVID-19, will be cost containment. Healthcare systems will have suffered. They are suffering already. Health systems will have to decide what their priorities are after the COVID-19 pandemic and how to allocate the scarce resources that they will have. We are at the moment looking into EU joint procurement for these one or more vaccines that are coming. There's a lot of discussion, you may have heard, about this concept of open strategic autonomy, where because of the issues I just mentioned with borders crossing and problems in international trade, there was a strong perception that Europe is dependent on other parts of the world for ingredients for its pharmaceutical products. In our space, the innovative medicines, that's not the case. We produce most of our active ingredients in Europe and the other part in the US. So we're we're not reliable on the rest of the world. And it's important, I believe, when we decide post-COVID-19 policies, that we choose the right policies that will make sure that Europe is resilient in the future and not any knee-jerk reactions caused by the pandemic. There may be some shifting of R&D priorities as a result of COVID-19. And then, of course, there's the whole challenge of developing vaccines, manufacturing them, the liability around vaccines, the allocation, the price. So there are quite a number of challenges. As always, when there's a crisis, there are also quite a number of opportunities. If healthcare systems will be our challenge, and they are already a challenge. Now they're stretched. There is an opportunity to innovate and reinvent them. There is an opportunity to look at the healthcare systems and say, okay, what went wrong during COVID-19? What are the new things that we use? For example, all the digital developments that were implemented at a much faster speed because of COVID-19, and how can we use all these learnings to optimize our healthcare systems, to get rid of waste, to make sure that we maximize the outcome for patients and we reduce the impact on the economy. As I mentioned, the acceleration of digitization of healthcare, this is something that we rely on during COVID. We need to know what's happening, where it's happening. For our companies, knowing how many patients are in which country, in which hospital, in need of what medicine is the only way to ensure that we can supply them on time. And that can only be done if digitization of healthcare is implemented properly. I mentioned resilient global supply chains. This is an opportunity to make sure that our supply chains are resilient to any kind of crisis, and make sure that in Europe we have enough innovation to not be expecting from others the innovation, the vaccine or the treatment, but that we can also contribute to that race. Global regulatory alignment, as I mentioned, it was achieved because there was a need to speed up, there was a need to ensure regulatory flexibility. So this one goes together with decreasing regulatory complexity to ensure that we could get the treatments and the vaccines, the regulatory frameworks adapted to those developments. And then collaboration in R&D. Collaboration has been incredible. In Europe, we have the biggest health public-private partnership in the world. It's called the Innovative Medicines Initiative. It's between the innovative pharma industry and the European Commission. And I have to say, within 2 months, we already had a call on COVID-19, whereas usually it takes a year to create a call. And there has been an incredible success in that sense. So you can really see we pioneered some new behaviors in this unprecedented time. So we pioneered unprecedented behaviors. And it's important that we don't lose those learnings and that we continue to build on those. And indeed, the next slide, and I only have 2 or 3 left, is showing you a little bit the building blocks. From our sides, the lessons from COVID-19 are that these are the elements that are needed to make sure that we become very resilient in Europe. So we need the research, the resilience, access, and recovery. We need this very strong innovative ecosystem in Europe so that we're able to participate in the research for novel treatments and vaccines and diagnostics. We need to make sure that our modern manufacturing and supply chains are secure and resilient. We need to make sure that there are collaborative solutions on access for healthcare systems in Europe, and that we don't decide unilaterally, perhaps as we've been doing until now. And then we need to make sure that we help Europe prepare for any future serious health threats, or as we can see right now, the resurgence of COVID-19 infections. All of this is standing on, if you like, two important elements. Of course, the economic recovery of Europe, and our sector, like many others, is a big contributor to the European economy today, not only in terms of jobs and employment in Europe, but also in terms of being the biggest contributor to the positive trade balance of Europe, with over 80 billion euros a year, and the digital transformation of Europe. So these are a little bit the lessons that we've learned. These are the things that we have to make sure we focus on after COVID, or even now as we continue to battle COVID. And my last content slide really is how to manage COVID today, because unfortunately, if you could go back just one slide. Can you manage to go back one slide? Yeah. If you look at where we are today, we're not there yet, right? So these are the things that we're having to face today. I'm sure in Greece, in the same way as in Europe, we're focusing very hard on vaccine development, on making sure we find that or those candidates that are safe, that are tested, that are approved, and then that we can manufacture them to scale and we can distribute them in the world. And that's not a small feat. At the same time, we need to contain the pandemic today. So distancing measures, hygienes, testing, tracking, and tracing, these are all the things that we're all experiencing in our daily lives. And I'm sitting here at home to work indeed on the containment, to respect those rules. Also, there's not only vaccines, of course, there's also treatment, making sure that we can improve the situations of patients who do get COVID, whether they're already in hospital, whether they're already in intensive care or not. So researching, developing, and repurposing existing treatments where there are any that could be used for COVID. And then, this is the underpinning message perhaps that I have of my whole presentation, is that this is a global pandemic that requires a global response. So no country is an island, no region is an island. We will be much stronger if we work together, if we are coordinated, if we tell the same story and learn the same lessons that, of course, we will apply in a different way, depending on the region that we live in, depending on the needs that we have. And that really would be just quickly my introduction to the lessons that we have learned in managing this pandemic so far. And I'm happy to take any questions there might be. Thank you. Very good.
Γεια σας. Αν μπορώ να έχω τις διαφάνειες, παρακαλώ. Οι παρατηρήσεις μου θα επικεντρωθούν σήμερα στην ανάγκη του να συνδέσουμε τον ιό με τον οικοχώρο και την κοινωνία στην οποία δρά ο ιός, σαν το μόνο σίγουρο τρόπο για την αντιμετώπιση του ιού μακροχρόνια. I want to thank the previous speaker.
COVID-19 works. My next slide refers to various views and opinions that are strictly personal. They have nothing to do with my employer. Next slide, please. It is important to link the virus with the ecosystem, with the eco area we live in, because we are in a time of environmental instability, and our world becomes bigger, but also narrower. And this disease has shown exactly how this ecosystem, this eco area, is affected by a similar crisis. Next slide, please. So what do I mean by saying that the world becomes bigger and narrower? We come closer to areas that used to be virgin, and now we have contact with animals in those areas, and several diseases, for instance, the flu, actually affect people because of this contact. At the same time, we have an environmental disaster, ecological disaster. We're now encountered with new words. We, for instance, these are the areas in the United States, the areas between the wilderness, the wild areas, and the cities. These environmental changes lead to epidemics and other disasters. Some of them were the AIDS pandemic and the Ebola pandemic. All those came from the same source. And at the same time, we have climate change. And this affects a lot the ecosystem. New words will lead us into the future. Another new word that I don't have time to speak about is this double pandemics. This flu and coronavirus combination is something that we should fear of, because the flu will go very well this year. So My slide here shows that many possible pandemics are ahead of us and we should always be vigilant. When I created this slide, we knew nothing about SARS-2. I was discussing it as a warning for new epidemics. So this first epidemic came upon us. The second one is yet to come. Now, some information about the virus and the disease caused by the virus, and now I will also say a few things about the situation in Greece. The way we dealt with the pandemic. At first, we were based on many things that were already known from other epidemics. But this is not a panacea. This is a new virus, and it causes new diseases and has new effects. What we can do right now is follow what is happening in other areas of the world where the virus hit first. They will give us important lessons. In this way, we will be able to make some projections for the future, but you know, the future is unknown. As I said, I don't have much time to analyze everything on this slide, but there is a speech under this link, which connects to a speech on this issue that I gave for the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. SARS-2 is the seventh virus of this sort. We have some other viruses that came to us from the bats, but also from rodents. People have been infected by various coronaviruses for years. They usually cause the common cold, but that was the case until SARS and MERS occurred. In other words, these viruses have been following us for years, and this has made them capable of finding ways to deal with our immune system. That's why I and several other scientists were of the opinion right from the start that this virus is here to stay. And indeed, it is here, and it will stay. It causes some side effects: pneumonia, thrombosis, cytokine syndromes. It transforms the interferon transformation, and it was very difficult for our clinicians to get used to the new situation. It is an airborne virus. This is a terrible problem because nobody in the world was ready for that. An airborne epidemic was not something we expected. And of course, there is no immunity. So it can rapidly spread to many people. It was not fabricated in the lab. It can lead to several injuries and disabilities, and the chronic problems from this virus will be huge. This is something that we should have in mind. It's not only the current pandemic, it's the problems it will leave behind, even if this epidemic goes away. My next slide, some of the good news. Now, as the previous speaker said, this pandemic has caused an unprecedented mobilization in the whole world. And at the same time, we unfortunately had this other epidemic of misinformation we unfortunately are victims of the same mistakes. We deny the real facts and the real problems, and there are some clever guys who are trying to exploit this situation. So it's important for us to focus on these aspects as well, because they impede the good a good response to the virus. A few words about this world pandemic. For the several reasons, for the reasons I also mentioned before, many places in the world were very slow in reacting. In the US, you know, they were looking at China suffering from this huge pandemic, and they were slow in reacting. They missed 1 or 2 months that they could have used to get prepared before the pandemic hits on them. In Europe, we also had problems, but if you compare the cases in Europe, it's in blue, and those in the with those in the US, red, you will realize that Europe managed to stem the first wave of the pandemic very quickly. Unfortunately, the US and the Americas in general did not manage to contain this pandemic to the same extent. In Greece, we were very successful. At least until now, we have been very satisfied with the way the pandemic was dealt with. The main reason is the quick response of the authorities, but also compliance amongst citizens. On the left, you see daily cases. In Israel, things were good at first, like in Greece, but unfortunately, the pandemic ran out of control there. Now they have 3,000 or 4,000 cases per day. It's one of the worst cases in our area. The blue line is the US per million of inhabitants. On the right-hand side, we have deaths, and Greece, once again, is in very well positioned there in relation to Israel and other countries. Why? Because the Greeks stayed in their homes very early. Here, it says that in Greece, we had the lockdown almost at the same time as in France and in Italy, despite the fact that the number of cases here was not as high. So this quick response was very successful. Now, let me say a few words about the way we should deal with the similar crisis. The current pandemic was very quick, was spreading very rapidly. It was something unprecedented, as I said, and as the previous speaker said. All the tools that available were used, but, you know, what is important is to have public protection measures, but also vaccines. These are valuable tools. I cannot imagine our lives without vaccines. We cannot keep the standard of living at the level it is right now unless we have vaccines. And now let me speak about my conclusions, and this is my last slide as well. I wouldn't like to risk any projection, but in general, I think that if we have vaccines, the disease will be stemmed from next year onwards, but our way of life will have to change in order to deal with this pandemic and the ones that will come. And of course, this winter will be very difficult and dangerous all over the world. Global health systems are 2 or 3 months before the brink of disaster, at the brink of disaster, and this is because this virus is airborne. Quick responses are the best prescription. In Greece, maybe the best line of defense is to stop the virus the soonest possible, as we did last year. We have the tools, and the Greek society responded very well. I believe that if we have some good information to our citizens, they will comply very quickly this time as well. Thank you very much.
Allow me at this point of time to thank you both, Natalie, as well as Professor George Pavlakis, for their valuable contribution and insights and input, valuable indeed, to this session. Since there are no further questions from the audience, then I believe that we can move forward to the next session. And again, we are really grateful for your contribution in this conference. Have a nice day there.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε τους συμμετέχοντες στην προηγούμενη ενότητα με θέμα στρατηγική διαχείριση του COVID-19 στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο. Προχωράμε στην ενότητα 2 με τίτλο «Η αναζήτηση ενός νέου αναπτυξιακού προτύπου και η συμβολή του υγειονομικού τομέα».
Seeking a new growth model and the contribution of the health sector. We have as a coordinator Mr. Yannis Paleologos, who is the reporter of Kathimerini and Sky TV in the European Union. So please, those of you who are physically here, come to the stage, and those of you who will be virtually with us, please connect. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Can you see me now? Maybe there is some jamming there. Something is getting in the way of our communication. You have to switch off something, some device. Well, thank you. Good afternoon from Brussels. It's a great pleasure to be with you, even remotely, in order to coordinate the discussion during this session. This health crisis, despite the measures taken, has led to a re-evaluation of the situation in the EU, the way we deal with drugs, exports, imports from other countries, especially China and India. At the same time, in this COVID-19 era, we've heard a lot about vaccines. Technology is very promising. It is rapidly evolving, and it is there to produce value. At the same time, Western societies are all subject to demographical aging. So pharmaceutical and healthcare will become more and more important for welfare. In Greece, pharmaceuticals has become a central manufacturing industry, especially in the period 2018-2019. We had a big increase, but also after 2019, the increase was 60%, according to Eurostat. And despite the first nightmare half of 2020, exports have increased, and Pfizer has actually promised to help in this respect, and we also have other actors that are supposed to help the elderly. Now, we have many people with us who are more competent than I am to speak about these issues. So we will start right away with Mr. Panagiotis Yargovas, President of the Center of Planning and Economic Research, KEPE. Thank you very much, Mr. Paleologos. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to this very interesting conference at a very critical moment. Our panel discussion is about a growth model. It's been this topic has been very important recently. The Kesaridis report actually describes and sketches out some of the main elements of this model, how we will manage to become outward looking and have incentives to start exports. Now, let me take this a step forward.
These characteristics, as mentioned by Mr. Paleologos beforehand, he used the word, and I would like to elaborate a little bit on this word along with the second one. He mentioned the notion of resilience of our productive paradigm, of our development paradigm. I believe that this must characterize any new productive paradigm we are to introduce. The resilience, that is, of this system. It should not be, this development paradigm should not be susceptible to turmoils. It should be able to absorb any eventual crisis, disruption with the less possible impact, especially on the product and employability, and must also be able to easily recover. This productive paradigm, that is, must be able to easily recover, to bounce back as quickly as possible. Therefore, resilience, and I will insist on that, because a discussion has been made about the production paradigm, but the characteristics have not been discussed about. Resilience doesn't concern solely financial parameters, but it's also social resilience, environmental resilience, fiscal resilience and also individual resilience. It is a multifaceted phenomenon, therefore, and will be needed and needed to be approached holistically in this development paradigm that we have to follow over the next years. Allow me a couple of words on the financial and social dimension. When we speak of financial resilience, we mean a productive paradigm that will be enhancing the resilience of the existing economic base, what already existed is, but must be also able to make projections and be proactive and give new perspectives. For instance, tourism is the main axis of our productive paradigm that has sustained Greek economy, especially in the past. We should therefore this tourism acquire resilience. Yes, this new tourism must have these resilient characteristics. It should not be of such a brief time span. It must be expanded. Alternative tourism forms must be developed and so forth. All this system should be able to lead to new differentiations, to new activities. And these new activities have been described in the report I mentioned. That is, we should not be solely tourism dependent, but we should develop the various alternative energy forms, cyclical economy, agricultural field, research and technology services, and pharmaceutical industry. So it should be a new system, maintaining what we already have, but also lead to differentiation and improvement. And therefore, the notion of import substitution is integrated here. We haven't been talking about that for the last 30 years, but now, following the crisis, it has become more timely and topical than ever. Resilience, social resilience also is equally important. And when we speak of social resilience, effectiveness, that is, of the social state dimensions, we mainly refer to the health system, that it has to be able to deal with pandemics, natural disasters effects, or the existence of established mechanisms of decent minimum pay. And we should also create conditions of equal and qualitative digital access. So we must have immediate sufficiency of social structures, and fiscal policy should take into consideration those needs, those indices, sufficiency, social expenditure indices, so as to best respond to any eventual new crisis, because there definitely will be. Because we might have climatic changes, other economic crises, geopolitical crisis. For better or worse, the world gives us a great variety of crises. So the great query is to enhance the resilience of our productive model so as to deal with any eventual future crisis. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for this very rich introduction to the notion of resilience and its many facets. We move right forward to Professor Achilleas Gravanis, who is Professor of Pharmacology in the Medical Faculty of the University of Crete, as well as researcher in the Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology of Crete. He will speak about how the quest for a new development paradigm may contribute to the health sector as well. Mr. Gravant, you have the floor. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers and the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for this kind invitation. Let me remind those who remember it that pharmaceutical industry has undergone a huge change 20 years ago. The big pharma companies and biotechnology companies decided to limit their in-house investments and cooperate with the academia, and of course the whole ecosystem created within these spin-off and startup companies. This major change in the paradigm of pharmaceutical industry bears fruit now. See how many of the possible drugs, monoclonic retroviruses or vaccines, are closely related with the research conducted in the academia. In the 140, can I have the slides, please? The slides of my presentation. Here, I give you briefly recent data showing that 60% of the drugs and medical devices and diagnostics that were approved come from a partnership between pharmaceutical industry and the academia. 60% of all that material already in the market are fruit of this partnership. In Europe, this percentage even is much smaller, 20 to 30%. Of the 140 or 150 billion euros of investment of the biotechnology and pharma industry, 50% approximately, 60 to 70 billion euros is invested in their partnership. This is a huge sum coming from the private sector in partnership with the public sector, i.e., universities and academic universities. This has greatly shifted the way. So big pharmaceutical companies, instead of investing in-house, they offer that money in partnerships, and this offers them greater flexibility. If they want to change some structure on where they focus at the level of pharmaceutical investment or targeting, they can, for therapeutic targeting, they can do it much easier because they have ready material in human resources, knowledge, and active substances. This is something that must be used in our country as well, especially after the effort, as Mr. Lyagova has said, to change the productive paradigm, which accounts for 20% of GDP. We should move towards other activities as well. And this is extremely successful in the pharma industry if you think that this is one of the very few activities that are extrovert and bring in 2.5 billion euros annually in our country. Now, which should be the main actions and in which fields can we be effective? In order for this to happen and actually imitate what happens worldwide, we must have substantial reforms. I believe that the term micro-corrections or restructuring does not apply to the problems and challenges we face. I believe that what we should discuss, especially young government, should be reinvention, the way we view economy as a whole. And the ecosystem includes, as it happens all over the world, the universities, with the very talented students, professors and researchers, the local pharma industry, the international innovative industry, and what it happens abroad. It's not only the money offered by the pharma industry, there are also venture capitals which connect universities with the private sector at a lower risk. This ecosystem, important corrections must be made. I refer here to the system referring my microcosmos, which are universities and research. For many years, for prejudice, the knowledge produced and the transfer of knowledge to industry and economy seemed and was viewed as a sin. This must be radically changed. It is an obligation of researchers to produce material, to produce high added value to the industry, both to their country and at the global scale. So this must change. We must have a new framework through which very easily both the private sector in Greece and abroad must be able to participate and cooperate with our universities and research centers. Something else equally important is that universities and research centers do not have the necessary innovation staff that will be able to shift innovation from the academia to industry. And here we do need to take a loan from the people of the industry, both in pharmaceutical and biotechnology, that will come to our universities to help us in the field of innovation, how we will prepare it, how is it important, and how we will bring it in contact with the private sector. Something else which is equally important so as to be effective in this effort is to have what is called meritocracy. The feeling, the sense of meritocracy is interlinked with the survival of the state. Therefore, in all fields, we should have meritocracy. And we should have an important funding, not only of the transnational research, but actually the basic research that offers the disruptive material as used, either in diagnostics or in new. Here you see what we need from the private sector. We definitely need financing. This regards banks and the creation of venture capitals, which must be facilitated by the government, and this whole microcosmos of funding must come close to universities and research centers. Here I give you in a nutshell what these goals must be, where we can be successful, and I refer to natural products, pharmaceuticals, repurposing, new formulations, which they already happen and are extremely successful with exportable products all over the world. Communication between universities, just give me 1 more minute if you allow, says the speaker. We must also focus innovation, both in the development of new drugs and biomarkers and new diagnostics. This will give the opportunity to have an ambitious communication of the local industry with the international environment. And finally, I'll refer to the fourth industrial revolution, its implementation for the development of new products and biodiagnostics. This is a technology which is at hand. We don't need great investments. It can be remotely. And Greeks, both here and abroad, can help in the development of innovative products, both in analytic medicine and the planning and creation either of new diagnostics or new original drugs or the analysis of big medical libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Please keep to your times. And now we have Mr. Paschalis Apostolidis, member of the Pharmaceutical Companies Committee of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Executive Director of AbbVie Pharmaceuticals. He will speak about hybrid economy. This is the economy that has to do with people aged over 50. Thank you very much. I would like to make a proposal together with my presentation, and I would first of all like to thank the Chamber. So it's my first speech in health world, which has nothing to do with pharmaceutical policies. I will speak about the agenda from seeing it from the eyes of citizens. I won't speak about the company I represent. Last March, when COVID-19 seemed to be The most crucial pandemic in modern world, the pharmaceutical industry and the state were both at point zero. We had to redesign everything. This is something that rarely happens, but when it happens, it's a window of opportunity for long-term planning. So cooperation is the key. But in order to cooperate, you have to have trust. In order to have trust, you have to have a plan and a vision that is not limited to sectorial, let's say, policies and endeavors, but a vision that is there for the citizens and the state as a whole. If we want to move in this direction, we have to move from the ego, from the I to the we. And this we will have to have a different meaning, not what we actually spoke about in the past. Not this we is not our industrial sector, because none of the industrial sectors can do it alone, can make it alone. We cannot go through this crisis if we remain stuck to the interests of our own industry. If we want Greece to become a leader in the South Eastern Europe area, we have to promote a holistic strategy which exploits our strategical advantages. So, the silver economy is something important in this respect. I'm talking about all those citizens that are above a certain age and move from the northern parts of Europe to other places in order to spend the rest of their lives. And this can promote sectors such as tourism, agroalimentary industry, pharmaceuticals. These are the big industries of our country. Professor Yannis Tountas made a research, and this was in the name of Bienneosis, and he will give us some important data in this respect. In 2050, the silver economy will be 150% of tourism expenses. So it's important as a figure. The elderly will buy a second home in Southern Europe because, you know, most of them want that. So this means 20,000 new homes per year. And remember, these people have several health problems. These are important numbers, important figures, and that's why the state decided to give incentives to retired people from other countries, from third countries, gave them incentives to bring their tax domicile in Greece. That's why we decided to create a Silver Economy Alliance. It's a horizontal alliance with representatives from members of our chamber. And we are sending an open invitation to any other industry, any other sector that wants to participate in that. Our aim is to have an integrated proposal, a comprehensive solution that will be taken up by the state in order for it to be realized. And I believe that Greece has all the advantages. It is a beautiful country. It's a beautiful destination. We have an agroalimentary sector which is very distinguished. We have the whole picture. But the main thing that we have to do is persuade each sector to do their thing because they know their trade better than anybody else. And all of us have to coordinate. In the past, very important plans failed because of the fact that they were not drafted by people who knew about the specific trades. In order for the silver economy strategy to move forward, we have to solve a major issue as regards the pharmaceutical industry. New innovative drugs have to come to Greece. There are certain delays in their introduction to the Greek market, and people who are in need of those drugs will think twice before they come to Greece if they can't have access to such drugs. So we need a representative group of people who will start a discussion about this issue before we miss another chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Apostolidis. And now move forward right away to the Professor of Social and Preventive Medicine and Director of the Center for Studies of Health Services of the Medical Faculty of Athens, Mr. Yannis Tountas, who will be presenting the results of his study conducted for Dianeosis. Mr. Tountas, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Let me thank the Chamber for this honorary invitation to be with you. And also let me thank Mr. Apostolidis because he mentioned certain data that I wanted, so I will not take any more time than the one allocated to me. We speak of the third age tourism and the role of the health services. That was the title of the study that we completed 1 year ago. For the analysis. And we speak about that because I believe that we all agree that we are currently at an era where we have an aging population. We live longer and we also bear less number of children. But this is not only an issue that we live more, it is equally important that these more years that we live, we have better health than the respective ages of the past. We have a more disposable income during those years of third age compared to the past. We travel a lot, far more than in the past, and thus we are a very important, this age target, because I'm also amongst them, I'm more than 65 years old. We are an important part of the tourism pie. Suffice to mention that in 2010, 15% of the European tourists were above the age of 65. In 2050, that percentage will be 32%. When we speak of third age tourism, however, we must talk about two different sectors. The one is the ordinary tourist who comes along as it happens with all the tourists in our country. And this is a sign quite alarming, actually, because our tourism product is not specialized. And that's why it's far more vulnerable in crisis, as the one we undergo now with the COVID-19. So, beyond this normal, ordinary tourist, as Mr. Apostolidis very appositely said, we have an important part of European pensioners, retired persons, that would like to spend the remaining years of their life in a country of Southern Europe because of the sun, the lifestyle, the social behavior. And this is important. 7.2% of the retired persons of Northern Europe and Western Europe declare that they would like to spend the rest of their lives in a Mediterranean country. That means, as mentioned beforehand, a great percentage, a great demand. Even if we take a 15% of this demand, this is translated in a demand of 300,000 dwellings over the last 20 years. Therefore, either the tourists of third age coming for a short period or for a long-term period, either by buying or renting a house, needs certain prerequisites. One prerequisite is, of course, to have available house. Our hotels, for instance, do not have infrastructure for the mobility disabled persons. We don't have sufficient dwellings to offer to such a demand. They also want to feel safe at this age, and their steps must be made there. The third prerequisite, they must have accessibility everywhere. This is a critical issue because in Greece, again, we lag behind both in services and infrastructure. And the last part, directly linking us to the last part of our study of health services, is that more importantly and foremost, the aged person coming to Greece for a longer or shorter lifespan must feel secure and protected with regard to one's health. This regards the drugs, as Mr. Apostolides said, the innovative pharmaceuticals, because we know 2 out of 3 retired persons do have some chronic problem, so definitely they will be needing some pharmaceutical treatment, an important ratio of that population. But it is not only pharmaceuticals. We must also have the appropriate hospital care, if need be. And mostly and foremost, we must have a sufficient and effective system of first care health. We have estimated that 1 to 2% of the tourists coming to Greece will necessarily come in contact with some kind of medical service for some problem in their health. Therefore, we also have a huge deficiency here because the first care, healthcare in Greece is very deficient. And despite the various declarations and announcements, nothing important has happened. We also have a huge gap, worse than the primary healthcare, in the field of public healthcare. There is no public healthcare in Greece. We would have been far better as far as the pandemic is concerned if we did have such a system, which unfortunately we do not have, because public health is something disparate. The national health system is not relative, doesn't coincide with the healthcare in Greece. So those issues are critical, all those prerequisites, in order to be able to claim this share of the pie that can be allocated to us, that we could be supporting the Greek GDP. I should also add, in order to be more clear, that the benefits we describe in our study are huge. Time wanes, but we speak of billions of euros and thousands of jobs, and all that can be attained if there is a national strategy on health tourism, if it is introduced, which is practically non-existent now. Thank you, Professor.
And now I give the floor to our last speaker, Makis Papataxiarchis, President of the Pharmaceutical Companies Committee of the Chamber. And he will speak about reform as a precondition for growth in this sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Parleologos, for the opportunity you gave me to speak. And I would also like to thank the previous speaker because they made reference to several points that I would also like to state. This shock-absorbing capacity that we need to have was mentioned by Mr. Eliarkovas, and Mr. Gravani said that our economy has to be let's say, calibrated in order to deal with the future. Silver economy and the importance of the primary health sector was stressed by Mr. Apostolidis and Mr. Toudas. As a result of all those remarks, I see that things have to change. We need reforms. We need to overturn the status quo. We have to turn down anything that is not functioning. Very recently, we were discussing external policies, and somebody said that if you're not at the table, you're not at the plate. Well, this is true. This is a dinner that has to do with us. However, we're not participating in it. We do not consume anything. We are only looking at others eating. So, how is this possible in Britain? We have free trade and we have prosperity. At the same time, in Germany, we have a different system which is also prosperous. Well, when we were discussing about models and value models and growth models, we were not fully, let's say, honest. Some of us would seem very reformist. Sometimes people would say that we like conflict. That's why we need we speak like that. Well, when we have a system like Bismarck, where people have to pay for services, is not successful. Neither is the system in other countries where the state covers everything. Our system is very different. It's not even a hybrid system. It's not like the US system, which is different for the veterans, different for the unemployed, different for those who worked all their lives. It's a different, a sui generis system. Everything goes through taxes and social insurance. 90% of private expenditure for health comes through the users and only 10% through the insurance companies. In Europe, we have exactly the contrary. You know, the system, the financing of the system is our alibi. However, what we should stress, first of all, is the fact that everything is a pyramid. We don't have a good primary health and healthcare in Greece. It is true, we don't have modern healthcare units. We don't have chronic patients units. We don't have rehabilitation centers. So we have a lot of leakage. We use modern technology. We feel good about that, and we celebrate about what is self-evident, about what should be something that should be the rule. You know, nothing has been said about quality. The recent law is a first step, of course. Now, about standards. When you create standards and models, you have to know what the ailing points are. I won't speak about the silver economy and the aging population, but I will speak about centralized structures and issues that have to do with centralization and the fact that hospitals have to be evenly distributed all over Greece. And the same goes for nurses and medical staff. It's not actually at the same level as the population in every geographical area of Greece. Our national health system is ailing if it doesn't have these aspects. We need to reform our hospitals. It's only natural. Of course, we do have to speak about transparency, about how we handle health crisis, about hospital management, about a specific P&L and specific content for hospitals. They have to be legal persons of private law that are well functioning. Let's speak about sin taxes. Let's speak about a new tax that could be imposed on all harmful products. For instance, smoking products. The income from those taxes could go to those to health. We could, of course, speak about LB. We need a national strategy that we don't have. It could be the result of dialogue, not necessarily of consensus. And now that we are in the era of a pandemic, let's remember what happened in previous pandemics. The only way to deal with this is to be ready.
Let me launch a series of questions to the speakers, and let me start by you, Mr. Papataxiarchis. I was a bit desperate listening to all of you, the various fronts that you mentioned, all these fields we are deficient in our health system. If you were to establish this national strategy, where would you start from? Which is the front that must be directly dealt with? Well, there's no doubt that what was called as new setup, a new gradation of what is called first degree, first care, first health care. Whatever we have established at the level of health services is purely hospital-centered, is extremely costly, causes impasses. It can be dealt with as long as we accept that whatever we used to know as health setup in the previous 30, 40 years is no longer sustainable, doesn't concern us, is extremely costly, and more importantly, does not offer the service it's supposed to offer. Thank you. Mr. Tundas, two questions I'd like to raise. The first, could you a little bit elaborate on the issue of public health and how Greece would be able to offer better services there? And second, could you briefly, you said that there are many eventual benefits if we have a successful new policy on tourism, health tourism economy. But could you give us a couple of figures? Well, let me start with a couple of figures. There are lots of figures in our study. Suffice to say that for the next 5 years, we estimate that from medical tourism and spa tourism, because we mean medical tourism, spa service, and well-being service. Only from the two first, we estimate approximately 15 billion euros over the next years. And out of well-being services, which is the most rapidly developing sector, we estimate another 15 billion euros over the next 5 years. So huge figures and more than 300,000 jobs. Now, with regard to public health, we must realize that public health is an interdisciplinary policy. We haven't understood that in Greece. First, we can see that with the current pandemic and the current committee established, which is mainly clinical medicine. It doesn't include executives of public health at large, because we haven't really understood what is public health in Greece. Suffices to mention that in other countries, there's a government committee of public committee presided by the Prime Minister in many cases. You realize how important it is as a priority to have a national central policy, an interdisciplinary policy on public health. Equally important, this has a top-down approach, well organized at a central level, but it is also branched throughout the sovereignty. This entails a close cooperation and synergy with local administration. That is, local administration cannot be something separate from the public health policy. It must be fully integrated. And the state must be based on local administration, region and municipalities, that is, in order to disseminate this effort of public health services, which includes three sectors: prevention, protection, and promotion and health education. This is the modern health policy, and this is what we must acquire in our country. Thank you. Mr. Apostolidis, you spoke of certain impediments which eventually may hinder the approach, the accessibility of retired persons. You said the delay in the introduction of innovative drugs. Are there any other important impediments that we might mention? Well, let us speak of the incentives, which is the tax incentives, which is the sine qua non in order to attract persons, that we will have tax incentives for the purchase of secondary house. With regard to health, however, I would mention not only access to innovative care, but also the primary care, the development of telemedicine. Imagine a tourist somewhere in an Aegean island or the Ionian island who would be able to be attended through remotely. Or even if he visits the health center, the physician there would know a foreign language. Or if he is in Mani, why not Germany? Thank God we have so many foreign language schools. Let them exploit them. So this nexus of primary care health services and public health services can become its strong point instead of being the Achilles heel. And then other economies are introduced: agrotourism, transports, constructions that will offer additional incentives so as to attract third age affluent tourists who would opt for our country instead of Italy, Spain, or Portugal. Well, a question addressed to Mr. Gravanis. Dear Professor, the issue of education production and its commercial exploitation. Do you believe that the current mentality in universities has changed towards this direction? And in the first year of this new government, have you seen it sufficiently daring as it should be? Well, I think that things slightly change. I don't feel alone in saying that. 10 years ago, we had started the first spin-off in the University of Crete and the technology for the development of innovative new drugs. I believe, however, that 4 things should be done. Perhaps the government was delayed, but actually can be excused because so many things have happened with regard both to national problems we have and the pandemic. The first is that we must have a full restructuring of the system, the chart, the map of tertiary education. We should not continue having unemployed physicians, lawyers, or engineers, but highly specialized technicians. So it must radically change. The second that should happen, we should have, as I mentioned, meritocracy everywhere. We cannot be competitive if one tries to make do with one's friend. A new bill must be introduced on the entry in the universities, both for students and professors. The other important thing is the assessment. We have learned to calculate only the input. No one wants to assess and calculate what is the output. And the last thing, if there is meritocracy and there are such kind of assessment procedure, I can know, because I have participated under the ministership of Madam Giannakou and Madam Diamantopoulou, if assessment operates, then we can do what happens worldwide in the academia. Each university must be autonomous under a specific auditing and control mechanism. We cannot have universities operating on one size by instructions and guidance of the ministry. We must offer the possibility of some margins of freedom. Each university must develop its own identity, be it curriculum, ongoing education, or research innovation, which is sine qua non, so as to have what the government proclaimed and wishes, that is the change of the productive basis, which must be sustainable, offering jobs to the graduates of the university, and would also offer the possibility to have a reverse of the brain drain, to have them coming back, as it happened in another small country in the past with a long course, which is Israel. Thank you. We only wish. And last question to Mr. Liarkovas. Could you say a couple of things with regard to what you mentioned, the substitution of imports? There is a question of relocating production. Do you believe that this is something that might happen? How possible do you see it? And is it something that Greece must establish a national policy on the matter, or should it just view it in the broad European strategy and depend on that? Well, two issues. On one hand, this discussion has already been launched in the European Union, so we must keep up and follow all those discussions. On the other hand, we also have a specificity. We have reached the point where our imports account for 90, 92, 95%. Therefore, all these 3 decades, there has been a huge shift of our production paradigm, and all the companies that used to be productive became import companies. Therefore, we have a special interest as a country to see how we can substitute some companies and how we can offer incentives, because it's also always an issue of incentives, how we can offer incentives to the producer to deal with real production. Viewing, of course, the specific problems in each field for the producer, all the economic factors in Greek economy, how they can be enhanced, how they can be boosted so as to produce more, to have an interest to produce more. I heard beforehand what Mr. Gravanis has said, and I totally agree with that for universities as well. I would expand that, generally speaking, to various fields to enhance and create the conditions of virtual competition. I say virtual competition, that is, universities amongst them, they should compete so as to become better, having, of course, an incentive to do so by awarding. The state should award the university that really excels, the university that creates added value and is recognizable. Or public hospitals. We could also see such a system of virtual competition, how effective they are. Have that is assessment indices so as to monitor the progress in particular fields and domains, and have this noble competition so as to also increase our productivity. In all fields of economy, we can review things, start from scratch, and thus enhance the incentives of those that can indeed produce. I'm certain that Greeks will respond if they see that such conditions apply. Let me thank you too. Let me thank you all for a very interesting and rich discussion. And I also thank the organizers of the conference for this opportunity given to us, and wish you a good continuation. Thank you.
I would like to thank the participants in the second session and the coordinator from Brussels. That was an excellent discussion. Many ideas were brought forward, and maybe we could organize on the occasion of what Mr. Apostolidis said, something like what he proposed as a chamber. Now let's move on to the third session, contribution of technology in the development and transformation of the health sector. The coordinator will be Mr. Emilios Negis, medical reporter from virus.com.gr, and we have Mr. Kotsiopoulos, Mr. Athanasakis, Mr. Lakopoulos, and Mr. Georgiou with us. Those of you who are physically present, please come to the stage. The rest of you, please, let's check if you are connected. Mr. Negis. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers and the American Hellenic Chamber in my turn. Today we're going to discuss about the contribution of technology in the development and transformation of the health sector. This is not, as you understand, the only topic. We have the pandemics, but also we have chronic diseases. We have more demands on the part of patients, and we should not forget about them. So the question goes, is it possible to deal with these challenges with artificial intelligence and digital health? We cannot give the answers in 1 hour, but we can raise some critical issues and give some food for further thought. I give the floor to Mr. Yannis Kotsiopoulos, who is the Secretary General from the Ministry of Health, and he will speak about the so-called digital transformation and about the biomedical equipment of hospitals. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. I would like to thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for the invitation. This topic is very close to my heart, digital technology and how digital transformation can give a push to the health system. We all know that technology, new digital technologies can really change the way we offer health services to citizens. In the Ministry of Health, we've started this digital transformation, and this overall action plan includes several individual actions that will be deployed in the years to come. Before explaining more about that, I will tell you that this digital transformation has been jointly designed by the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Digital Transformation. The plan we've drafted is based on our own experience and also the experience of other countries that have already made a lot of progress and can show us their good practices. Of course, we have to intensify our efforts. We have to spend money and time and invest not only in infrastructure but also in human resources. At the same time, we should also invest in something that we described a few months ago, a strategic plan for digital health. This has to be followed in order for us to be able to see the results in the years to come. At the same time, we should reinforce the institutional, let's say, the statutory part of this plan. We must make sure that it will be implemented and the results will be long-term results in the course of decades. However, if we start right now and if we develop this health ecosystem by achieving small targets in the next few months, we will have a more integrated approach in the future. Of course, in order to implement this very ambitious plan, we have to get money from NextGen, the NSRF, from private donors, and from PPPs. At the same time, let me stress that these plans have to can only show their results if we invest in time as well. The effects are long-term effects. Sometimes there are also some aspects that are being disregarded. We want to have some people who will lead this digital transformation. We need human resources, specific staff. Now, about the project that we will deal with in the next months, let me give you some of the most emblematic. We have the National Electronic Health File. This is something that was started by previous governments, but despite the efforts, this project has not been completed yet. So one of the first projects that was included in this digital transformation was this medical record, the electronic medical record, which has to do with the national records, with the codifications, with the interconnection and the interoperation of data. And we also need a central repository in EDICA where all the data about patients' medical record have to be stored. These are the sub-projects that need to be implemented in order to have the final plan. Let's start with something that started back in 2018, the national list of pharmaceutical substances. This started back then and then stopped, but now it has to continue because it is important for the interconnection of data. The first scenario we want to start is the exchange of lab results so that citizens can have at their disposal all the test results, both from the private and the public sector. Now, as regards the digital organization of hospitals, you all know that our hospitals are lacking in equipment and IT systems. We can't speak about a national IT system or a medical record, an electronic medical record, if we don't have the data that will be fed in this record. So we have to map the infrastructure and the readiness of the hospitals to be included in this project. Then we will have to to evaluate how much money we need in order to upgrade networks, infrastructure, and IT systems in the hospitals that will be included. And this with an emphasis on the medical record. Finally, we have to highlight cybersecurity, which is a general issue all over the world and has to be dealt with in the context of this project as well. Finally, we have to train the hospital staff that will become the digital leaders of the next generation. We have to learn how to use IT systems. Now, as regards the sectors that will participate in this digital transformation, we have another two big projects with 4 sub-projects. We have the big register for cancer patients and chronic disease patients. We have a register of patients, a system to plan treatment on the basis of treatment protocols, cytostatic drugs, and a patient support system at all stages from finding a hospital to the end of the treatment. Another big project that has been included in this digital transformation is the digital transformation of emergency health care. This is one of the most sensitive parts of the health system. We will have standardization and digitization actions in this field. This project is very complex, it's full of risks, and it is a project that will deal with the pressure our hospitals are under at the moment. And this will cooperate with the CAV, the ambulance system, in order for the hospitals to be served by ambulances all around the clock. Then we have some projects about the modernization and the upgrade of equipment in Greek hospitals. There are a lot of devices and equipment in our hospitals which are at the end of their life and have to be discarded. And this has to happen through a specific plan that was set up and established in July. Then we have some bad practices as regards purchases, which have nothing to do with the ministry. It's the wishes of medical departments that dictate such choices every time. So some funds from co-financed products for the purchase of medical devices can cover 70% of our projects. So as regards biomedical equipment, in order to stop the bad practices, we have to map the existing situation in hospitals and create a roadmap for strategic development. We have to exploit new products, high-end products of added value. We also need a monitoring system that will be there to use IT capacities to monitor medical devices. And we are trying to see how value-based procurement can replace the traditional ways, let's say. We need the digital infrastructure and the codification systems that will codify the device register, so that we know by the end of 2021 what the situation is right now, how much equipment and what kind of equipment we have in our hospitals, so that we can rationalize and streamline purchases and reduce expenses for the maintenance of old equipment So, the leadership in our ministry has kick-started a series of projects, a series of initiatives that, despite the COVID-19 crisis, will create a system that is modern and up to date. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kosiopoulos. We'll give floor to Mr. Kostas Athanasakis, who is Director General of the Institute of Economics of Health. Thank you, Mr. Nagis, for the introduction. I warmly thank the Chamber for the invitation and for the fact that I'm among such a good company. Allow me to speak about something slightly different than what the Secretary General has developed, who is a specialist on the issue of digital transformation of the health system. Allow me, therefore, to dwell on something else, to dwell on the technology that produces the raw material, which is being processed by the digital networks and the various tools of digital transformation. This is nothing more than none other than biotechnology. Technology regarding pharmaceuticals, devices, mechanisms, tools, processes, with a view to improving patients' health and social well-being at large, and the issue of their assessment. We will go back to normalcy when the vaccine is introduced. But also another way to be introduced to normalcy again is to discuss the issues that have always concerned the health system, and will also concern it in its new form. One of these issues is the assessment of health technology. If our technicians are ready, allow me to show a couple of slides with regard to the subject. The issue of the development of those HTA processes in our health system. And at the end, I will make a proposal trying to contribute to this dialogue and eventually a relaunching of this dialogue. Perhaps now, in this very critical era, we left it outside, but this is an important subject, so as to move ahead. So whatever you've been discussing with regard to health technology, which is a decisive factor for better, more qualitative lives of social welfare at large. But let us not forget, this is also a way to develop human capital. The Secretary General has developed that, and I agree with regard to promoting human resources. All these things in health technology, if one views in the framework of very stringent health budgets, all these generate queries. They generate questions that are alive and kicking. Is everything innovation? Can we pay for everything? If we pay for everything, how much should we pay it for? And for whom? All these must be understood that these are decisions that they are socially sensitive and therefore must be well structured, well documented, have a method, and have a liability and accountability. This is an effort of relaunching this debate, as I said. We need processes and assessment processes. I believe that the day after must have something like that. And towards this, we were greatly honored by the classical magazine of the scientific press in Greece to host an editorial with regard to a proposal, which of course is not carved in stone, but it is a contribution and challenge to dialogue on how this HTA could be materialized in Greece. So this proposal is available to all, and perhaps it would be interesting to discuss it perhaps at some other moment with other counter proposals. So there are two main steps that coexist in all organizations of decision-making processes. The issue is how such a mechanism is structured, and the second issue, how organized the process is. The HTA mechanisms doesn't have to be burdensome, don't have to be huge, don't need to absorb huge budgets. HTA mechanisms are merely vehicles running the process. There is such a proposal of a small, very economical, limited health technology assessment mechanism of countries similar to ours. Perhaps it would be perhaps it should be applied accordingly and transformed for our country. And in many occasions, we create structures in our country without knowing what we want to do. Most important is the process through which we will make this assessment. This is a signal and the basis of our social accountability. I will not elaborate those steps. All these are published, are public knowledge, one can find it, but I'll merely say that good processes lead to better decisions. Better decisions lead to more and better social welfare. I stop here and I'm at your disposal for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Athanasakis. We will have the opportunity to look at the Institute's proposal for health economy later on. Now let's go to the CEO of Johnson & Johnson in Greece and President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Greece, of the Medical Devices Committee of the Hellenic Chamber of Greece, Mr. Liakopoulos. Thank you very much, Elias. First of all, I'm so happy to be next to Mr. Kosiopoulos and to be speaking after Mr. Athanasakis. It's the my ninth year in this conference. And we've talked about this health technology assessment 4 times with Mr. Athanasakis. It's the first time we have Mr. Kosiopoulos, but we had other general secretaries. We've been discussing about nice things, nice models, nice roadmaps. I think Mr. Kosiopoulos, the only thing that we miss is implementation. The models are in place. If we take what Mr. Athanasakis described, it will succeed because it has succeeded in other countries. So let's move on and implement it. What Mr. Athanasakis explained is very close to what my proposals have to do with. As Mr. Apostolidis said before, the American Hellenic Chamber and all its committees have made important proposals and have given guides as to how we can all promote success in the years to come. In our group, we've also made proposals. I will only mention 2 or 3 things that I consider the most important ones, the most urgent ones. Let me speak about medical devices in hospitals, first of all. Right now, everybody knows that hospitals have a very derelict, let's say, equipment. We have the oldest fleet in Europe. We need to modernize and improve in terms of quality and capabilities. Of course, we have to have equipment that is compatible with the operational needs of hospitals. There is another issue with the redistribution of resources in order for this equipment to be purchased for the hospitals, but we have the National Community Support Framework. We have the Niarchos Foundation. They've given a lot of money for our hospitals. Once again, I will speak about implementation. Once again, We have to get rid of this rigidity of the system, of this bureaucracy that characterizes our country. But this is our ailment. You spoke about digital transformation, and you actually explained it very clearly. This is a program that we will support. However, although we're trying to have a digital transformation, our hospitals are still in the Paleolithic era. I apologize if I'm not using beautiful words, but this is the truth. We are lagging we're lagging behind, very much behind, and we have to do something about it. Let's see what is going on with innovation. Innovation is not to buy new products. We have new products, but these products might not be compatible with the Greek system. Of course, we are doing our best by reducing prices. Innovation has to go through clinical protocols, how we deal, how we treat diseases, not only how we buy equipment, medical devices. What does it mean? It means clinical care pathway. This is something that is well functioning abroad, and we have to include it in our system. It's not difficult. We only need the will to do it. Now, let me speak about cooperation between the public and private sector. Right now, in the COVID era, we have the right example. We have the synergy between the public and private sector. It was effective. All the companies that you see participating in this conference and all the members of the American Hellenic Chamber have made huge donors to the national health system. Fortunately, the government accepted this money and used it for the funds in a proper way. Right now, we have to find another formula in order for this partnership to continue and to give more fruit. Finally, let me speak about a reform that we've been discussing in this conference and in our committees in the last 7 or 8 years. We cannot actually function if you don't have a new system for modern technology. In Greece, we have public hospitals which don't have the technology. Private hospitals have the technology. We have to use the model. I'm not going to speak about the Observatory of Prices. Healthcare Best is a nice theory, but it's not something we can do right now. Let me finish by saying that we shouldn't look at the current cost. This money, these expenses will give us benefits in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Liakopoulos, for the beautiful way you described the positions of your committee.
Now let me give the floor to Professor Evangelos Georgiou, who will speak about an equally significant issue, the necessity of introducing simulation in medical education, what is valid currently and what is in store for the future. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce that has bestowed me the honor once again to participate in this conference. So I will try the previous slide, please. So I will try right from the start to convince you on the necessity of introducing simulation in medical education, using as an example surgery by avoiding consciously not speaking about technological leap made there. I will try to present things in the present, make a 2-minute critical approach, and most importantly, explore what is in store for us in the future. This is the renowned Buckminster-Fuller curve, expressing how quickly knowledge is doubled. You see the exponential character of this curve. And this practically means that if a surgeon becomes operative at the age of 32, at the time of 65, when he's retired, he will have undergone 22 doubling of the available knowledge. This exerts huge pressure for him to be continuously and constantly re-educated and keep up to the rapid evolutions offered by technology. So why do we currently need this simulation? For a couple of reasons. First of all, in our days, the time available for training, both trainers and trainees, is very short. There's a great pressure for the safety of the patients, and therefore one must press things because one must learn and be continuously informed on new techniques and new capacities. I suppose you will all agree, just to make things, that there are surgical knots. To the left, we all hope that this is entangled, untied. But to the right, it must remain as such. Therefore, training on that matter makes the current training system, unavoidably obsolete. What is that? That is following the various lectures in the aula, the so-known chalk and talk process, then studying, and then surgeons, students actually following the experts. You will realize that observing by itself may lead to erroneous conclusions, so it doesn't suffice. So from this viewpoint, we should open our eyes wide open and deal with the current situation. And this is the only specimen existing, because in order for someone to assess medical efficiency, adequacy, is the renowned Mueller pyramid. The two at the bottom is what we currently do. That is, we check through exams and multiple choice questions to what extent someone knows the theory. But the top two tiers, that is how effective one is in implementing his knowledge, is not assessed. But with the assistance of simulation, we can also check those tiers as well. It has been proven, therefore, that simulation is necessary because it has been clinically assessed. Of course, I only guess the slides. I don't see them. So it has been assessed. It has been measured in clinical practice that it is safe. It has been also assessed that this assessment improves the appropriate training, and it has been demonstrated that in the USA, where they assess everything, the nutcrackers, they found actually that this is the cheaper way to train surgeons more than anything else. A couple of things regarding the critical overview of things. There is a speculation, both abroad, perhaps in our country as well. One believes, therefore, that if one buys a couple of simulators and putting them somewhere, then one has established a simulation center where one can train. Let me point out, it's not the simulator, it's the curriculum and the metrics. And to what extent it can offer reliable metrics. So from this viewpoint, the curriculum must not be dependent on the simulator, but should be able to operate in any simulator. And we must always remember that a simulator without capacity of efficiency measurement is merely an expensive video game, and is definitely not what we want. So why should we be concerned about the future? For a very simple reason, because thus we can program and participate in the creation of the future. And allow me to give you a couple of examples in this brief introduction. The first, as you see, in the USA, if we consider that whatever happens in the USA will come in Europe 5 or 10 years later, and then another 5 years later in Greece, you see that currently, if I want to have the specialty, I must undergo 3 exams that assess my surgical efficiency. The third, that is the fundamentals of robotic surgery, are checked on a simulator and is launched in 2020. It is a great joy and honor because this validation, which was funded by the DoD, the Defense of Defense, that is the Department of Defense, participate 15 centers, only 2 from Europe, 1 in Athens and the other the Imperial College. So this work of ours was awarded. The third example, which currently concerns us. Until now, the whole training on simulation takes place with a view to train trainers. No one has dealt with the training of the trainees, No one has dealt with the training of the trainers. So we have started a program along with Strasbourg. We've started a program along with Strasbourg for a hybrid course dealing with the training of the trainees. So this is a change of level. We deal with the trainers of simulation, not the trainees. So allow me to say in conclusion that this whole effort is extremely strenuous, very difficult, but at the end of the day, there is a very joyful and agreeable result. And I'll thank you for your attendance. Let us thank the professor. And now let's move to discussion. Wanting to raise the first question to the Secretary General of the Ministry, Mr. Kotziopoulos, and not deal with what has happened in our country regarding the digital health. Let us see what is in store for the future. The country over the next years is expected to receive 72 billion euros due to the COVID pandemic, but also for the recovery of the whole of Europe. Can you tell us which percentage of those funds will be invested in digital transformation and the improvement of HTA?
This is a very important question. This 72 billion is aimed at supporting our country in the next years. And digital transformation is one of the 5 pillars of this package. The Ministry for Digital Governance is responsible for this pillar, and we are closely cooperating with them in order to make the planning for e-health. and a great number of projects, some of which were the ones I presented here today, will be financed through this budget. And that's the medical record, the sub-projects for the financing of hospitals and for the training of staff. These will be the backbone of digital transformation. As regards the next generation projects, we have a lot of financing from Next Generation, but we also have the financing from the National Community Support Framework. As regards strategies, we need to have to take the right steps. We shouldn't go in the wrong direction. That's why we used the first months of the year to focus on the creation of a good strategy. And we all agree that on the direction right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Athanasakis. Experience until now, as regards committees, for instance, for the health technology assessment, has shown that our scientific and executive staff is not enough. We haven't given the incentives to people in order to go and work in these fields. Well, that's true. I agree with you. The incentives are not many. Sometimes there are counter incentives rather than incentives. This is something we should take a look at. We should probably revisit this issue. We need to have more experienced or more dedicated staff. What can I say? If we want that, we need, first of all, to deal with this issue as our central mission, and we have to have people who are only doing this, who are only dedicated to this task. Because right now we have staff that is doing several things at the same time. Apart from that, another important parameter is the fact that these people should know very well that what they are about to do. Right now, as far as I know, I might be wrong, we have a very different model in relation to Europe as regards the evaluation of services. In Europe, people actually countries are trying to streamline their practices on the basis of a specific standard that will be part of our lives very soon, at the level of EMA as well. And this is true because, you know, if you follow a standard, you can do your job much better, and this is what we're all aiming at. We're aiming at serving the patients and at having a standard for everybody, even for the evaluators. We have to focus on the systemic part of the picture, let's say. Mr. Liakovoulos, you said before that you've been tabling proposals for several years now, and nothing is going on, nothing is happening. What do you think the state should do in order to overcome the barriers of the past and find new solutions, for instance, PPPs, etc.? We could buy services, for instance, not only equipment. What do you think we can do in this respect? Very good question. First of all, I would like to repeat that for a strategy, we first of all need priorities and we need to implement priorities. I believe that the priorities of the various governments were not compatible with what we were proposing. Of course, what we were proposing had to do with the benefit of the system as well. We did propose things that were good for our companies, but they were good for the system as well. And I want to say anything against that because, you know, companies are here to sell and to also serve the system. Our strategies from our companies actually had been showing that we needed these steps to be taken. That's why we were proposing those investments. But the answer had always been that the money was not enough. Right now, we don't have any more time for excuses. Unfortunately, time is going by. It's been a very difficult time for this government because we had this COVID thing, and we are here to invest with transparency in this system in order to create models that will manage and introduce new technologies in the Greek health system. These systems are available abroad. Our people know how to introduce them. We can bring people from abroad who can help the government in implement everything. We cannot keep on finding excuses. We cannot keep telling Greek patients that we don't have the technologies that people in the Netherlands have, for example. It's unfair. I can't accept it. We need to find the money to introduce these technologies. Thank you very much. Finally, a short question to our dear professor. Greece has a particularity, its geographical distribution. This is very difficult for us because we cannot train or retrain doctors in remote areas in the same way as we can in Athens, for instance. Could you please make a comment on what you as surgeons do? Well, look, we cooperate with Sweden. We have some common points, even if this sounds strange. We do have some similarities with Sweden. It's a very sparsely populated country, and those who live close to the Arctic Circle are problematic. They are it's very difficult for them to be trained. It's the same problem as we have with our islands. Well, with the FG, it will be very practical to implement this, and this is a matter of months from me. But even now, we have a remote simulation. You can record the trainee, either online or offline, and there is a mentor at a central point who can indicate the weaknesses or strong points. These are some hybrid courses. You can have some remote attendance. You can first of all follow some videos in Ptolemaida and then go to Athens and have the hands-on. This is important. It's easy to implement, and it's not very expensive. And what the directors of hospitals cannot understand is that if they train a surgeon in laparoscopy in Ptolemaida, they will invest some money for the training, but then they will make profit from the patients that will stay there in Ptolemaida to be operated laparoscopically because they won't have to go to Thessaloniki, for instance. Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to thank everybody, all the speakers of the conference, and have a nice evening. Thank you. I would like to thank the participants in session 3. And now let's go to section 4, primary healthcare and the health sector reform. We have Mr. Andreas Xanthos, former Minister of Health, Mr. Elon Verdos, former Minister of Health, Mr. Athanasios Exardakilos, former, rather incumbent President of the Medical Association of Greece, Mr. Anargios Mariolis, and Mrs. Katerina Koutsogianni. Mr. Lyonis, you also have the floor. I think you're going to be virtually present and coordinating this conference, right?
Hello. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the kind invitation to participate and moderate the session. It is a great joy and honor for me. I have the joy to coordinate a panel with excellent scientists and participants with great contribution to the primary health care. The proposal to all the speakers, we have approximately 60 minutes at our disposal, says the speaker. And I have prepared a question, a dual question for each participant. So I would propose 2 rounds of discussion. The first to be a 5-minute turn with the first answer to the question that will be raised. And then you will have the opportunity to listen to all the participants of the round table, and then in the next turn, an additional 5 minutes so as to complement your original answer and comment on what the previous speakers. If this proposal seems easy in managing the time, meets with your agreement, let me proceed, merely saying that the importance of primary health care and its value was demonstrated during the previous sessions as well, and I make a special mention to session 2, that is the pursuit of a new development paradigm and the contribution of primary health care, where the term of primary health care was mentioned on multiple occasions, and all speakers have underscored that this is the first priority. So, starting with the questions, dear Secretary General of the Primary Health Care, Mr. Themistokleous, I start with you. It is a great joy to meet you, even remotely. We share a lot of experiences. And with your capacity as head of the Healthcare Provisions Committee and having an excellent role in the Committee of Donations of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, you also have a very rich experience with regard to the issues of health. So let me congratulate you for this important post that you currently hold in the Ministry of Health. And let me raise the question. The pandemic of COVID-19 is well known that is a challenge for the reform of the health sector, not only in Greece, but at the global scale. To what extent primary health care has been involved in managing the pandemic? And to what extent does the Ministry of Health prepare a reform plan in order to respond, amongst others, to the current challenges and needs? Secretary General, you have the floor. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Minister. Thank you for the kind words. Let me start from what concerns not only the health sector, but the whole country with the pandemic. The whole country has entered a different pace. The health system has been tried hardly at the first stage, and we managed, as you mentioned, to overcome this first burst of the pandemic so as to get better prepared, to find the time to get prepared for the second wave. We knew the problems of the health system. Coming to the figures that concern us and are directly linked with the ICUs, we managed either through provisions or through donations, either through procurements or donations. We have secured a great number of ICUs so as to get better prepared for the second step, the second wave of the pandemic. Addressing more specifically your question, what primary health care has done in dealing with the COVID, we should say that in the first wave, if we can make a distinction between the first and second wave, I don't know whether we have entered the second wave actually, we do have a plan that has been deployed so as to have a more active participation of the primary health care in dealing with the pandemic. And more specifically, these days, we have already activated a lot of health centers, 111 actually. By the end of the next week, we'll be able to conduct a clinical diagnosis. So as for the beginning of the next stage, the vast majority of the diagnostic centers all over the country, as mentioned by the minister in the parliament, the primary health care will acquire the role and the space appropriate to it, so as for it to enter dynamically and be able to handle events in the health centers. These will be interlinked with the health centers. They will not be able to direct the patient. If the patient doesn't need hospitalization, will be moving home and will be monitored. If there's need for hospitalization, then the patient will be referred and will be conducted to the hospital. Now, to the question whether part of the donations has been absorbed, well, actually, the lion's share has been directed to the ICUs, which is a secondary and third degree clinical material, but part of the donations have also been absorbed by the primary health care units. Thank you, Director, Secretary General. I also asked you whether there's some plan currently on the table, some plan about the future, about the day after, some kind of reform in the primary health care. Would you like to briefly refer to that? And you will have time at the second round. Well, I don't have enough time. It's not easy to elaborate on that within a minute. Yes, there is such a plan. Some discussions were launched over the last year. There's a thought to create not a new system of primary health care. Some things have taken place in the past, and on the basis of that, and on the basis of the experience acquired, assessing what has happened to date, we must structure such a system, fully exploiting the structures, the infrastructure, the human resources, technological infrastructure of both public and private sector. Some things have done, and I refer to the previous government as well, the local health teams. The first assessment shows some positive indices and some negative ones. We can assess to what extent this was successful, but we can pursue it, fully integrate it in the public structures, and start from there, creating an overall network of primary health care that will include all structures and will be the first point of contact of the patient with this system. This plan will start getting deployed following the registration of the data. This data recording must be pursued, what we have that is in the private sector, what diagnostic laboratories exist. The same way we have a full map of the public sector. Once this recording is complete, I believe that within the next months, perhaps the beginning of next year, we will be able to fully deploy this plan and therefore make the first steps for this network. Thank you, Secretary General. You were quite clear. Let me move forward to Mr. Xanthos. I believe there is no need for further introduction. Mr. Xanthos, you have served for 5 years as Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Health. You have grown and developed the first activities in Crete. You are currently in charge of the parliamentary group of health of Syriza, of the opposition party. It is a great joy to have you in this panel. So the question addressed to you is the following. You have mentioned on many occasions that primary health care has not been involved in dealing with the pandemic, at least to the extent that it should do. Could you please elaborate on the matter? To your view, this important involvement of the primary health care, in what way should it have been involved? And it is a question that you will, of course, have the opportunity in the second round. If you had been currently at the leadership of the Ministry of the Health, what would be the changes that you would bring along?
Thank you very much, Mr. Yalonis, for the introduction and for the question. It's common knowledge that the management of these pandemics had been very much hospital-centered. This has been broadly recognized. The government put a lot of emphasis on the preparation of hospitals, especially at the first critical stage of the disease, of the pandemic, when we didn't have a clear picture. Well, this was imposed, but then there was this gap, this area between staying home and going to a hospital. Some people who had suspected symptoms, but they hadn't been confirmed, these people had to stay home, and some other chronic patients had to stay home because there was this stoppage of activities in the national health system that did not allow them to go there and have their regular follow-up. So this is something we need to make sure that won't happen in the second wave, which has started as it seems. So primary healthcare structures, the human resources there, the staff, the medical staff, the nurses, all of them can play an important role. They can be the filter, the sieve that will actually filter out the needs and will distinguish between those who need to go to the hospital and those who don't. We know that more than 80% of people with COVID-19 have very mild symptoms. They can be treated at the primary health level. And in this way, we don't want to stress our hospitals, and we won't have a de facto lockdown within the NHS because of a big outbreak. So both hospitals and primary healthcare centers have to be supported. Because people need care, health care, for other problems apart from COVID, and the TOMI units, that is the primary health units, and the private practitioners that are associated, are cooperating with the public sector, will be able to work as a filter and to manage those suspected cases, and they can refer to the other levels of the system when this is necessary. They can also offer home care when it is necessary, not only consultancy. This is the trend on a global level. We have groups of chronic patients who have very serious diseases. I'm speaking specifically about cardiovascular patients who have more chances of severe disease, and they are at a high risk, and they need to be hospitalized and cared for in the ICU. So the bet now is to make primary health the interface between the citizen and the public health system. This is the field that we have to reflect upon. We have to listen to the scientific community and make a plan that will include primary health in the plan of actions and interventions. And this could be made possible if we had directorates of primary health in every region. And of course, we need this interconnection with the directorates of public health in all regions. The bet will be won if we are decentralized, if management is localized, and if our reflexes are quick. This is the only way to avoid the spread of the virus and deal with cases at their source. Because, if we start with the lockdowns, we know how destructive they will be for our economy. I could say a few more things later on in order not to eat up on your time right now. So, I've been glad to hear that the government is looking into an issue, an intervention that the World Health Organization had also approved. Well, the fact that we can have more medical professionals recruited after being evaluated, of course, is good, and we need to integrate these interventions with the rest of the public health system. Thank you very much. Minister, it seems that your intervention was very useful. You've shown with your speech the Greek courtesy in such crisis. You have actually spoken about the interconnection between primary health and public health, an issue that we discussed in the morning with Professor Adam. It's an issue that indeed it is that is worthy of a further discussion. Now, Mr. Exadachtilos Athanasios has the floor, President of the Pan-Hellenic Medical Association. You've studied in Thessaloniki, you have a postdoctorate degree there, you have training in UK, you're very well known as a plastic surgeon, and you're head of the Pan-Hellenic Medical Association. So, this is my question. I know that your association has examined and discussed proposals for the primary health sector in the past, before the COVID-19 crisis. What are those proposals? And please focus on those that are more useful for the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your very kind introductory words. I would like to say, in my capacity as a surgeon, that to my view, we search the vessel that must be ligated for decades and we can't find it. Primary health care has been the preferential field of failure of successive governments in the past, because they opt either for a copy-paste system from abroad, which cannot be really adapted to the Greek situation, or we ignore the fact that in order to have good health services, we need the appropriate resources. It is well known that we give the less resources to healthcare, to primary healthcare, than any other European country, and we have far greater hospital expenditure. Primary healthcare is unfortunately based to the remnants, and excuse the expression, to the remnants of previous efforts. We have a little bit of PEDI, of TOMI, various acronyms of previous systems. We have some health centers, most in rural areas. We have a fragmented connection with hospitals, or they have no connection whatsoever. We also have various kinds of employment relations and remunerations regarding the physicians. Therefore, the first to be sought is that we currently have no system. This is the dire truth, and we should acquire such a primary healthcare system. It would be erroneous to copy-paste a system, as it would be erroneous to create a wonderful seaside restaurant in Mani, where you would serve English dish. We wouldn't be that successful. In Greece, we have a wealth of specialists, of special physicians, a huge number, who should be exploited in the extra hospital, out hospital patient, and we have the desires of patients who have always wanted to select their physician. So if we move, and if we want to ignore these two data and whatever that was ignored in the recent past as well, we will definitely doom to failure, even if we blackmail the physicians to be integrated in the system by firing them, as it has happened in the previous government, or by ceasing their contracts overnight and inviting them to contract new conventions. And now the difficult part, the remuneration of Greek physicians is 1/2 of their colleagues in Romania, divided by 2.5, 40% that is, of their colleagues in Cyprus, 1/3 of their colleagues of Malta. And of course, there lies the question, who is to pay for that? And this is a philosophical question, if you like. Is the citizen to pay? The state? Is the agency to pay? If we wanted to sound music, we'll say no, the citizen is not to pay. But through the taxes, it's the citizen who pays that state. Through the contributions, social contributions and taxes, it is the citizen who pays the various security funds. And the question is, how many intermediaries are needed for that citizen so as to pay directly one's own physician, so as to have the necessary care? So we should be very simple in this approach and find a solution that would serve and secure everyone, and especially the more weak ones. And we should stop making confusion between the health professionals and physicians. And I would please ask one to make a distinction. We have so many physicians and so many other persons involved, health workers in our system, because what all invitations and calls for tender show is that the interest of Greek physicians, who are very much sought after abroad, is very, very small for the demand of Greek reality. So primary health care currently, in the middle of this crisis, is very difficult to be restructured because it has to deal with its own structure, this fragmentary structure, as I mentioned, and it must deal with the challenge of the pandemic. The first stage, this challenge was addressed with the well-known philoptimo, the feeling of honor of the Greek physicians and health workers, be it in the private or public sector, who have served all the patients who would consciously not move to the health structures, be it health centers or hospitals, so as not to have recontagion. So they were taught this lesson by the lesson learned in other countries. So if we reach this moment, this must be reiterated. So the proposal of the Pan-Hellenic Medical Association with regard to the organization of the out-hospital healthcare structure is a proposal that has been fully discussed, and it is still discussed. It secures all what I have mentioned beforehand, that the free choice for the patient, the lack of the compulsory gatekeeping towards the hospitals, but it also secures the decongestion of hospitals offering high caliber health services. Time doesn't allow to elaborate on that, where it currently lies. What I would say, however, is that it includes health centers of both urban and rural type, be it public or private ones. It deals with the state and private sector on an equal footing. It deals on an equal footing with the private and public sector. It allows for the ongoing cooperation. It also has the necessary provisions so as to save resources where they should be saved, so as to eventually reach a point, a level of remuneration similar to the quality of services that we want to receive. In the near future, our association will be organizing a one-day conference for the presentation of our detailed proposals. But if there are any questions, I'm ready to address, but I can't elaborate now any further due to the time allocated to me. Thank you. I warmly thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned a lot of things are very important, and I also keep what must be discussed, and perhaps this is also a proposal for the Secretary General, the need for the real development of the Greek paradigm of the Greek healthcare system, which means a real investment in the local knowledge and not the copy-paste of structures abroad, which very well said will not thrive here. That was an excellent proposal and must also be discussed with all the other ones. So I move to Mr. Mariolis now. Anargyros Mariolis is head of the Health Center of Areopolis. He's a general physician with great awards and acknowledgments from Greece and abroad, and actually from the European Society of Physicians. He actually operates a model health center in Greece. You were invited under your capacity as coordinator of an initiative group for the restructuring of general medicine and family medicine, and this group has formulated its proposals in the form of a proclamation. On the basis of these principles, how do you view the contribution of the primary health care in dealing with the pandemic? Are you satisfied by the involvement of the primary health care to date, and what are your proposals for a more effective involvement?
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizing committee for allowing me to be part of this round of speakers. It is true that primary health care plays an important role in dealing with this type of disasters, this type of crisis. However, it is true that the point of entry of hospital care is primary health care and public health. This is also compatible with the last declaration by Estrat. I was part of the movement that led to these developments. The most important thing, however, according to your question, is for primary health to take the position it deserves in the national health system. In other words, we need a reform that is proposed by several studies, as Mr. Exadachtlos said. Because we need to have benefits, multiple benefits for the patient, the national health system, and the national economy. We need an integrated network of primary health that will be connected horizontally and vertically with the role of the family doctor, the general practitioner, who will be, let's say, the pacemaker of the system. I will repeat this word many times. We need a detailed study about the way we need to approach primary health. We need to see how much resources and what type of infrastructure we need in order to promote this model. We need to find the weaknesses. We need to see what are the aspects that need to be upgraded, for instance, buildings or equipment. This is what we do because we are lagging behind in comparison to other European countries. All these efforts also have to be accompanied with on-the-job training of all the medical staff that is still working or will be working in this sector, because they have to manage crisis but also chronic diseases. They have to make they have to be trained in management, in behavioral approaches and studies in psychology. This training will be the revolution for the next generations of staff, and there is this type of agenda, this reformist agenda, both in the ministry and in the government. We wanted to have decisions, transparent decisions of a medical but also a managerial character. Let me speak about the important role of primary health care doctors. Mr. Themistokleos said that in more or less 20 days, and I have personal experience, all health centers will be part of this central management system, and this will also show the importance of family doctors. We also have the mobile units that have played an important role already, but they should also be seen as a tool after the end of this pandemic. We could use them in order to visit chronic patients. For instance, cervical cancer is a type of disease that needs this personal, let's say, doctor, or this personal follow-up. And consultancy is also important. It will be more informal at the beginning, as it was at the outset of the pandemic. And I would like to congratulate all the doctors that played an important role in that. And in Athens, we had the COVID centers. These were very successful. So drawing on those examples, we can move on and deal with chronic diseases. And this is the main task of primary health units. Because pulmonary diseases, diabetes are diseases of the future, and we will have to deal with them. And unfortunately, in our health centers, we don't have family doctors, and this is a major gap of the system. At this point, let me say that general practitioners and general doctors and pediatric doctors all agree on that. We have a common vision and we have made a common declaration, so we are expecting the proposal by the Hellenic Medical Association in order to see how we can move on. Finally, let me speak about financing. The sub-financing of the health system has been a constant policy of all Greek governments, even before the economic crisis. However, the pandemic may have helped us to overcome this obstacle, and maybe we can see some improvements as regards primary health care in the future, because there will be no lack of resources anymore. The government has shown a good spirit and has responded well to this need. We're here to help you, to guide you through what the role you can play. Thank you very much. You've added a lot to this discussion, to this bridge of communication that your sector needs. And I will keep from what you said the training, the need to invest in training, continuous training through the universities. I understand that you underline the connection between the health sector and the educational sector. Now, let's move on to Mrs. Katerina Kouchogianni, who is from Crete, and she's a very important person. She is the president of the Patients Association, and she has huge experience both in Greece and abroad. She has been trained abroad in the rights of patients. She was leader of the Association of Patients with Rheumatic Diseases. Now she's the president of the Association of Patients of all Greece. Mrs. Kouchogianni, your association has many times made proposals for a public health policy. During the pandemic, your positions are more and more timely. Now, tell me, how can patients participate in this strategy for the coronavirus? Have you made proposals to the Ministry of Health, and what are they? Mrs. Kouchogianni.
No, she's not. We can't hear a thing. Yes, yet. Unfortunately, the sound of the speaker is not turned on. It seems that the microphone is not turned on. Madam Kotsogianni. Come back and resume our discussion with Madam Kotsogianni once the technical problem is solved. Let us start for a second round with Mr. Themistokleous. No additional questions, but let me dwell on two issues that we have already discussed, Mr. Secretary General, and I'm certain that you discuss in the Ministry, are the issues of the care of those who are hosted in closed structures, what we call the nursing homes. I don't like that much the Greek word, respective, but it's not only aged persons, there are also other guests in closed structures. This is a major discussion in Europe, even in modern health systems, as you very well know in the UK. Have you discussed those issues? This interconnection of those services. And a question to be addressed also to Mr. Xanthos. It is true, and this is according to an OECD report of 2019 and 2020, has currently aged persons above the age of 65 with morbid of comorbidity and disability. So a great responsibility of the primary health care. Are there any thoughts on how this picture can be changed and how we can reduce this vulnerability? Well, before addressing this question, let me say, with regard to what was heard about the sub-funding of the system, we will all agree, I believe, that Greece is below the average of its GDP ratio in health expenditure. The plan we have set is to draw additional resources. A difficult situation starts where we will have, as well as the other words that come into recession, so things become more difficult to draw resources in an environment with a great recession. What we have done as a first step is to ask from the Recovery Fund the necessary resources so as for the transformation, the reform of the primary health care not to lag behind. And on the basis of what was heard, with most of us would promptly agree, there are specific claims and a specific plan for reform, and we have asked for specific funds, and the great part is training not only physicians, but also all the health workers currently working or who are to be recruited in the primary health care. This will be the most important step so as to improve the health services offered. With regard to the first branch of your question, what I can generally say is that the first goal is a holistic care of the patient and the ongoing treatment. We currently have a non-clean pathway of the patient within the system, going through the various structures, and we don't have a continuity of the treatment. Therefore, the patient, regardless of the age, we can have a diagnosis at the primary health care, can be treated on the secondary healthcare structure, and then continues in other structures where there is no continuity. It is difficult for the patient to find his way in this pathway, and this is further exacerbated in the structures you have described, called the nursing homes in the UK, or any other name you give it. Currently, the plan where we might interlink chronic patients still needing some kind of hospital care, we can have a step down, a so-called step down in hospital structures for dealing of chronic diseases, and then these patients can be directed either to structures of elderly homes, which, however, would be fully related with the primary health care, be it public or private, where there will be monitoring and following those patients. To an extent, this will greatly assist, will greatly help dealing the treatment of those patients. For the remaining part, where, as you have said, we have aged patients above the age of 65 with a lot of serious chronic diseases, vascular diseases, diabetes mellitus, and so forth. The goal of the primary health care is to undertake a certain role with specialized health centers, to have, that is, a center for dealing of hypertension, another for diabetics, that would be better monitor those patients, set goals to the general population, how to reduce specific indices on the basis of the profile of the target group, so as to have a tangible result over the next years. Thank you, Secretary General. You touched upon and you underscored the necessity for an integrated primary health care, and this is a common point for all speakers, and I'm glad for the last point where you mentioned indices. So you indirectly implied the necessity of an operational plan that will be assessing the interventions under specific indices. We warmly thank you. Now, let us give the floor to Mr. Xanthos. Minister, you've heard the first question. You've also heard all the other speakers. Would you like to pursue and comment on this last round? What has been said?
Mr. Leonis, I think that the conclusion from all this discussion is that we need to strengthen primary health care, both for the management of this crisis, but also in order for the whole health system to be well functioning. And this is the general trend as well, because the World Health Organization believes that primary health is a tool that makes sure people are equal and have quality health care. And this is very important in the crisis as well, in the pandemic, because the World Health Organization has said that vulnerable groups are not only chronic patients, but also poor people. A lot of emphasis has been given to social and economic inequalities that actually make poor people who are secluded and do not live in good living conditions and personal hygiene conditions that make them disadvantaged in terms of health as well. So we need a more holistic approach. It's not only health care in the stricto sensu, let's say, it's also a general approach that we need to promote. And public structures are those who can play this role, because I heard Mr. Exadaktilos speaking about this distinction between public and state structures. Maybe we have this distinction, but in this pandemic, the state system, the state doctors were the ones who bore the burden. And the private sector diligently avoided to participate in this management. This is the truth. So, both in the times of the pandemic, but also in general, primary health care can play an important role. This reform is ongoing. Maybe it has been subject to social and political disagreements, but it is the first time that a law on primary health care in Greece has been really enforced since the establishment of the national health system, and it is very much detailed. We have an interdisciplinary group of practitioners. It's not only doctors, we also have other medical professionals who can work and make synergies and play a role in this primary health care system. So this reform is ongoing. It has to be evaluated, but it shouldn't be abolished. And this government, it's there for 15 months now. It hasn't done a thing. Of course, there was this pandemic, but it didn't trust the primary health structures, and they assigned to Mr. Themistokleous the management of primary health, because they actually realized the delays that have been made. Their approach has been very much focused on hospitals and on how to strengthen the ICUs, while on a global scale, people are dealt with, in other countries are dealt with, before going to the hospital. So this is the critical point. We need more investment, more funds. The minister promised a year ago that he would recruit family doctors. This hasn't happened yet. Of course, the incentives that Mr. Exadaktilos mentioned are important. We have the well-known brain drain. It's been there for 10 years now. Medical professionals and other professionals migrate abroad because the conditions in Greece are not attractive. We have to make a serious discussion as a political system and as a society. And I believe that after the pandemic, we have the opportunity, we have the way to give incentives, more payment or more training, anything that could allow this brain drain to be reversed, especially for remote areas, for areas where even permanent jobs are being declined or even or not occupied at all. So we shouldn't actually come back to the logic which says that the primary healthcare sector is only for private doctors, for private practitioners, and that the public sector should not play a role. Thank you very much, Minister. You actually touched upon the definition of vulnerability. And you also spoke about the psychosocial dimensions of the problem. It is true that in the European Union we are discussing, in a committee of which I am part, in a panel in the Commission, we are discussing a report. And there will be public consultation on that report in October. And through this report, we see that poor people and those who are victims of social inequalities are more disadvantaged in comparison to others. So let's move on to the president of the Hellenic Medical Association. You've heard what the Minister and the Secretary General said. Would you like to comment on that?
I would like to say that if we pursue experimenting in the same way, we will always have the same results. And it is very daring for someone to pursue one's failure because it's a kind of vice. So it would be far more useful to be daring, to be bold, and say that the last reform was a total failure. It attracted 15 to 20% of the persons that wanted to cover as far as patient is concerned, and managed to attract a very small percentage of physicians and other health professionals. Brain drain, in order to revert brain drain, we should have another vernacular vis-à-vis those problems, and this should respond in numbers. The fact that the state sector has definitely been in the forefront, in the foreground of dealing with COVID, yes, of course, this is undeniable. But everyone knows, even those who are mere surgeons, that no front line can sustain the forces unless it has the appropriate logistics. And I consider it insulting what was said with regard to the role of the private sector in COVID. Guardian said that if Greece has managed to win in March vis-à-vis COVID, in contrast to other countries, is because it managed to maintain its patients outside the health structures, at home and by the phone, on the phone, with all physicians, either on contract or non-contract with the public sector. So we would not expect any kind of acknowledgement, but we definitely expect it to have some kind of exploitation, because in the next round, we will be winning again the battle with the COVID-19, which will be either in more dire circumstances if we manage to keep patients away from the structures who do not necessarily need to be hospitalized. This is well known that this cannot be offered by any state structure, or in any way do not understand why you exclude the cooperation. Of course, with the exception of the ideology and prejudice, which is well known more or less. The reform needed for the national health system is given for us, as well as the creation of primary health care again. The good examples of the past should be the starting point, the beacons, if you like, according whose course who should light our way. But in order to proceed, we must do away with dogmatic views. What I would like to say, given that we have COVID in front of us coming back in wintertime, it would be useful to have a plan on how patients' management takes place outside the hospital and those leaving the hospital. And this must be documented on paper for all of them to know. It would be also useful to have written guidelines for the patients regarding testing. And by exploiting whatever is currently available, in order to be equally successful in winter time, similarly as it has been in April, we should jointly build a primary health care that we will embrace the 64,510 physicians of the country, most of whom are high caliber and specialization physicians. If someone wants to make use of this scientific wealth, it is nice. If someone wants to ignore it, then the only thing we can point out, as we have always pointed out, because that was our projection, not our pursuit, one will be handling one more failure, like the previous governments. Thank you. Thank you. I'm ready to give the floor to Madam Kouchogianni. Allow me only a brief intervention. In the morning, in an excellent dialogue, I reminded Professor three excellent words used by great philosopher Hegel. He used the words thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It is important for thesis positions to be shaped, but the one who formulates them must also seek for the opposite thesis, the opposite position, and synthesis must also be sought after. I believe that Greece needs the procedure. I said so. But we must find the common points. I apologize. You will have the floor, Madam Kouchogianni.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? Great. Let me say good afternoon to all the participants. It's a pity that I couldn't participate in the discussion. Thank you for your invitation. Unfortunately, technical difficulties are one of the parameters in this whole story of the pandemic. What is important as well, and everybody agrees, is to include patients in the discussion, to recognize their contribution to interventions. It is important for all countries in the world. Only in Italy and Greece, patients are not part of the decision-making process. I mean, statutory participation. But this will happen very soon. The many problems that came up were dealt with because we had a hotline with patients, and we could record views and problems. Despite the fact that many technical issues did arise, we made several interventions, and especially this had to do with vulnerable groups. You know very well that there was difficulty in understanding who were those who belong to vulnerable groups. We made interventions that had to do with the upgrade of primary health care. We spoke about access to innovation. We spoke about prevention, vaccination. We made the proposals for electronic health. We also made proposals not only for the pandemic, but also for the health system as a whole. And we also spoke about antibiotics and especially about the issue of prescriptions for antibiotics. We made interventions as regards stocks. I think that the Association of Patients has been very active in this period, and we wanted to see this continuing in the future as well. But in order for that to happen, our voice has to be heard. You know, Mr. Leonis, you've been very close to patients right from the first moment. We wanted to speak with a single voice. We believe that the opinion of users and of patients can only be positive after this experience. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kouchogianni. We've actually used up all our time. Mr. Mariolis, please make a last comment very briefly, and then we can close this day.
Professor, national health policy must place the emphasis on the restructuring of primary health care, with setting the high priority and the necessary transfer of the necessary resources. So it is worth warmly congratulating the Secretary General, Mr. Themistokleous, for the first initiatives taken, and these they concern especially his second intervention, for what it plays an important role, the sub-funding. In my first introduction, I referred to the training needed, and this, I believe, will be the revolution in the field of primary health care of all the health professionals. And in conclusion, it is important. The previous government has started, and Mr. Xanthos has launched this effort. It is almost a ready plan for the initiatives that have to be given for the remote insular areas and the remote areas at large. This must proceed, and I believe that quite soon there will be announcements from the Ministry of Health. Thank you. I would like also to refer other mentions, but I believe we do not have enough time. Thank you for my participation in this very special roundtable. Thank you, Mr. Mariolis. I believe that we have reached the end of this discussion. It had excellent proposals and theses, some of them heard for the first time. Amongst the challenges of this pandemic, I believe that the whole panel has agreed that we need a reform aiming at an integrated development of primary health care. The necessary substantial dimensions were underscored. We referred to the economics of the sector, but we mostly dealt for the ongoing education and the undergrad education. We also had various proposals and differentiations which enriched currently the debate, so much needed. I would like to warmly thank all of you who have honored the organizers and this conference. Let us thank the organizers once again. Let us wish a nice afternoon. And let me remind you, there's also the second day of the conference, and underscore the importance of the other sessions. Best wishes to you all. Thank you. Thank you. Let me thank the speakers, participants in this session. Let me thank all of you who were either physically or virtually present. As it has been said, that was the first day of our conference. Tomorrow we'll have an equally interesting agenda and invite you to follow it or come here. Those of you who have been invited for your physical presence, wish you a nice afternoon, a nice evening. Have a nice evening. Goodbye.